Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. So, whole new setup here, but I want to try something here. Oh no, I missed it. I wanted to, just because it was on chat, want to thank Mad Dog for becoming a member while the stream was posted, and I want to congratulate Daniel and Aaron on their new arrival. I got the notification during stream last week, so sounds like everyone's doing well. So I want to congratulate them and Jackson. So, hey Malfrey, hey Bear Cool, hey Dave, hey Andres, hey Little Brat, hey Zombie, Mr. V8 Rick and Derek. How is everyone today? How do I sound? Do I sound right? Do I sound any different than normal? Hey Travis, hey Nano, hey Jokernut, James, hey the First Layer. Hey Jose, hey Rushmere, hey the poor boy, and Shawdell and Thunder Keys. How is everything? Can you hear the music? Do I sound normal? You sound fuller, if that makes sense. Okay. Hey NF, hey Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello there. I sound fine, awesome. So, hey Keith, 100%, well not 100%, completely different setup. I swapped the computers, so no more laptop. That's why this is here, and I gotta find somewhere because this is gonna be a problem, but... I sound sexy. Thanks, Yev. Hey, Hazed. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Sean. Hey, Built by Devin. Thanks, Zombie. Appreciate that. Hey, Clinton and Light Lotus. Where are we at? Derek, 10 months. It's been 10 months now. We're almost at a year. Awesome. Thank you, Derek. Hey, Kenny. What else? I'm losing track of chat. So, completely new setup. Different monitors. I took my main PC basically and put it over here. I had talked about building a PC and some people gave me suggestions or whatever, but really what I want to see is how well this is going to work. So far, I think I'm liking it. This may stay here and I may build another PC for my for the main machine. So just a real quick, hey Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Welcome the new members. Hi Ludwig. Hey DJ Natty. Hey BBs. Hey Bear Cool. Rainier. Hey Johnny Boy. Oh boy. Nathan. Thanks for being a member. Hi Mr. Grinch and David English. Thanks for being a member. Build a PC on stream. What can go wrong? It's funny because I didn't know that Nero was changing any of his stream setup, and he didn't know I was changing any of my stream setup, but my stream setup change went pretty darn smooth. I exported all the settings, I imported them back, made a couple of tweaks, and it was less than a couple hours worth of work. So, hey Mr. Joddy and Smalls and Tohos. Donnie and Stewart and Techno Whiskey and Built by Devin. I think I already said hi to Built by Devin. So just a little quick tour here. The basic setup, I got a bunch of crap here, but whatever. Oh, well that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Only because I probably, hold on just a second. I'll get this working. That one, and that one. There we go. Okay. So I want here. So this is my new monitor setup. So I used to have the laptop right here, and I had to reach across the camera to type anything. So, and then the same spot for my face camera. So two 24-inch monitors. I used to, and these are 1920 by 1200 monitors. One that my wife already had, so I bought a matching one. Got a really good deal on Amazon for a renewed, refurbished. It was only 130 bucks or something. And then gave her the 27-inch 4K that I had here. It's a little cramped, but I'm making it work. Did I copy my OBS settings over? I did. I copied it over, but I also, so the new computer, and then I used to have a 1080 video card in there, so I bought a 3060 so I can take advantage of some of the newer features on the NVIDIA cards. So, yeah, so it's a 3060. The capture card is directly installed now in the computer instead of going, no more Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt problems are gone. So. Hey, TT. Smoothly? Oh, what? Is smoothly is smoothly a bad word to use? Special stream 1 hour longer. No, time change. Mafo. Time change was today for those in the world that observe daylight savings time. You either hear two mics or my mic is way louder. I hope we're not hearing two mics. I was around for all that issue yesterday on Nero's stream. If it becomes a problem, let me know. I did some testing and I did a test stream. So, no more Thunderbolt cable. And I got a little more room here. I feel a little less cramped. So I can reach out and, yeah. So, okay. If it's sounding good, I'm not going to worry about it. We have to make progress on this printer. We've made good progress every stream, but it just takes time. You just tap your oh. That one's receiving. I don't have, I mean, I don't know. Hey, Scott. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage. Hey, Sean. Charlie appears to be feeling better. So the only indication we've really had is his litter box habits, and they're back to normal. So, just using his radio voice. Just a higher volume. We can turn that down a little bit. Let's try that. Is that a little better? Hey, JP. And Trask. Oh yeah, that's right. Several years ago, they changed the time or the date that the time changes, and the they're talking about eliminating it now. New main cell release today I just saw. Should I give it a try while I watch? Sure. Now it's too quiet. Let me up it just a little bit. Let's try somewhere in the middle of where it was and now. Gary, thanks for the gifted membership. Okay. I got to figure out what to do with this. And this isn't the final keyboard. This is one I already have. I just ordered a keyboard that I think will be nice. So I will just set that off to the side. Hey, Malfrey. What's the madness? Why is a red tray for a yellow printer? I know. I think that tray didn't get enough use. I had actually intended to do a different tray for this printer, but I never did. Never got to it. Something other than my lava's picking up. Heard the cup putting down very good. That would have to be the, Logitech microphone then. Hold on just a second. Let's see if we can just do a little short test on this. Let's try that. Is that any better? Is that any better, DJ Natty? I'll go outside so I don't care how dark it is. Sent you a new background for the wheel and names on Discord. When'd you do that? Did you do? Oh, you just did that. You just did that. Okay, I like it. Give me a second, folks. Give me a second. I'm going to save this. Give me just a second. I like it. Thank you. Let me go back here. And so one nice thing about this whole setup is this is my old main PC. This is an i9 9900K with 64 gigs of RAM. Now it has a 3060 in it. It should be able to take anything I want to throw at it. Your mouse clicking is also very audible. I don't know. I'm going to change this image real quick, and you folks will see in 3 hours what has been done here. So, but I wanna get this done so I don't forget. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Hey, Takuya. Maybe it's just my sensitive being an audiophile. I mean, I wouldn't doubt if something is still glitchy in the system, but the monitors do not have mics. These monitors are Dell 2415s. So, like I said, if it's a problem, let me know. But otherwise, we're going to get going. So there is a giveaway. Links are in the description, and I pinned a post to remind folks of that. Same giveaway as we've done the whole Micron series, the LDO stepper motor kit for the Micron, which is the 4 NEMA 17s for the Z, the 250 millimeter NEMA 14s for A and B, and then a 36 millimeter pancake for the extruder. Hey Jordan, I'm doing well. Hey Bruno. So, and then the usual Polymaker filament giveaway. So in the US or Canada, you'll get a coupon, $35 coupon, and then a free shipping coupon. And outside the US, you'll get to choose a roll of filament to be shipped to you. So both giveaways are worldwide, and you must be present to win. And I do my drawings at the 3 hour mark. So we are 2 hours and 45 minutes away. Oh, let me check something there, Scott. That's a good point. Let me on the Charlie camera. So, Steve, I'm the owner of Micron at number 22. Awesome. Hey, Breckel from the Netherlands. Okay, where we left off. We left off flipping the deck panel. and then I said that I would be doing check the muss. What's the muss? I said I would clean up the wiring off camera, and I did. So hey Bryce, the music is going, right? You folks hear the music? I went black and the mic died, and that's normal. And I'm sorry if I didn't notice that. All the scene that is Charlie has nothing but the Charlie cam, because I never switched to it. You can't hear any music. It says that there's music. Let's try doing that. Is that any better? Is that any better? Hey, PF Dennis. There's music coming through. It just might be really low. Let me try turning this up a little more. It might be just low on most computers and headsets. Filter that. It's very silent, but it's there now. I'm not going to turn it up all the way. Let's try that. Okay. Hey, Boydie. PF Dennis. Hey, Zarp. So, let's see. This is the typical orientation I've been working on it at. So there's where we are with the wiring. I got the stepper motors wired. Now we need to do the A and B steppers, which means we'll have to interrupt this a little bit, but we will go from there. Hey, Danny. Hey, Terry. Hey, Bill Brothers from Polar Ted. So, okay. So gantry wiring, which is going to be A and B steppers. Hey, Lewis. Hey, Pie-eyed. So A and B steppers, and then going through the cable chain, and then the umbilical going to the tool head. Now the tool head, I didn't have to make any changes, but I was doing some dry fitting off camera, and the version of Boop I'm using, which is a good reason why it's not released yet, it stuck down too far, and I didn't have room for the Revo wires to go through. So Mastermind did a revision for me. He was working on a revision for the for better hot end compatibility anyway, and now it fits on there. So the heatsink bothers you still. What heatsink? This one? On here? Oh, the heatsink on the Manta. The music is as loud as my voice? It should not be. Let me turn it down a little bit. Do you know a way to make Clipper wait for the chamber reaches a certain temperature? Oh, you asked me that. I didn't answer. I forgot to answer. I don't have an immediate answer. So, you have to do a macro of some sort, yeah. Hey, Hacks Potato. Does the stock mini stealth burner fit on Boop, or is it a complete package? Yeah, the mini stealth burner, as I'm holding it here, all of this is exactly, aside from the logo, is exactly from the V0.2 repo. The mounts for the toolhead board are different, but the rest of it is the same. The carriage is all that changes. I don't know why we're getting such varied responses on music, but I'm going to leave it right there. And if it's a real problem for anybody, let me know. So, cable chain, I think, is next, because we need to run a bunch of wires, and we need to figure out this IGUS chain flex that Heart K sent me, because he had some in yellow, and this ends up being 22 gauge, which I think will be fine, especially since I'm running a Revo. It's not a super high wattage heater. And then we'll just have to figure out our lengths. So, music is good. I'm hearing lots of good music and a few not good, but okay. When we were last here, I had assembled the printed cable chain, and this is out on the Micron files. The Micron files are right here, and let me copy this link. See, I'm gonna have to juggle a keyboard now. Those are the Micron files, and this is the printer that we're building. So. 22 gauge is fine, worked fine for my Dragon. Heard some folks even use it for Rapido. Rapido has a peak power at start, and since it's a PTC heater, that goes down as the temperature goes up. So, okay. I needed a few more links for this, so I had printed those. Let me go in and start pulling bits and pieces for this, and start putting more cable chain in. Hey, Golden Jaguar. We will see. So I also ordered a generic, just the Bethesda 10x11 cable chain, just in case this goes south and I decide that the printed chain is really not going to work. Is the Micron like a Voron Ender 3? Not at all. Not anywhere close. So Micron is a community project by Heart K. Before he became a part of the Voron team, he developed Micron, which is basically a Voron 2 built with 1515 extrusions and just smaller. So it started with a Voron 0 build plate, 120 millimeter build plate. Now there is the Micron Plus, which is 180 millimeter cube volume. Bill Brothers, yes, this is IGUS chain flex. Got this not going, I had it upside down, that's why. And I've got something that's not, got a little artifact inside the printed chain. So one of the things about printed chains, make sure your prints are clean. Hey, Honored Twig. How do y'all keep prints like that from being crumbly? I've tried even the printable wire rails. It's all about chamber temperature and part cooling temperatures. Don't run either too high. I mean, don't run part cooling too high and keep your chamber temperatures up. Okay, how many of these are we gonna need? So if we move, let me angle my camera up a bit and over. So if we move this all the way to the top, I don't think we're ever really gonna go all the way to the top. And then this is gonna go something like that. That's probably enough right there. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. And then play with this, and actually playing with this will help loosen it up. How are you doing, the first layer? How's your build going? I was not able to see, I think I saw a couple of minutes of your last stream. I pop in when I can. I've had a very heavy project load lately. A little ridiculous, and it's all self-inflicted. So Hard K told me that when he runs this IGUS chain flex, he does not run it through the cable chain because the bend radius can be too small. Now, the way this is being ran, though, I'm hoping I can get away with running it because I'm running to the left side of the printer here. So I'm gonna go here to here, which that bend radius is quite a bit larger. Is your mic and OBS set to mono? It shouldn't have changed, but let's find out. I don't know how to check that. Now that I look at it, advanced audio properties. Video monitoring. Now it is. Everything is. How do I turn all of these other ones off? Close. Does that help? I just changed it. It should be though, right? Oh boy. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey Jason. On to the AB drive. Awesome. Hey R3D Remy. Kyle, thank you. I got my Voron Legacy done in printing. Awesome. Get a serial number for that. There aren't too many of those. Nice shirt. So this is a local half marathon that happens. It actually happened last weekend. Or actually, it's happening this weekend. It's actually happening now. So I've ran it twice. I am in no shape to run it right now, though. Now, no more difference between left and right audio sound. Notice a few in recording between left and right. Okay. Wow, you got some ears. That's okay. Okay, so this is gonna go here. Chain flex, this. I think we need to put the cable chain at least temporarily on here for to run the AB steppers and get the wire lengths correct. So let's do that. Projects and Dad Gerard's, where did the colored cable chain come from? This is printed. This is printed and the files are out there in the Micron files. Hey, Paul. Okay, so I have a spot. I have screws already in the frame, all pre-populated in the frame. So let's put the cable chain up on here. At least just put it in with one with one screw, because this is just a test. So that's gonna go something like, oh shoot, I just knocked that. I probably just knocked that right out of there. Yep, there it is. Okay. I knocked the nut out. Where's my tweezers? Tweezers is something I need like a billion sets of because I'm constantly losing them. You can't really see anything of what I'm doing here. I'm trying to get a nut out of here. And then I'm dropping things all over the place. Okay, I'm gonna put a screw in this other loose nut here so I don't lose anything. Well, there we go. The advantage of a nice light printer. Thanks for sticking with me here. My brain is sometimes complicated now. It's just a difference in the noise gating with the new mic volume you can fix later off stream. Maybe you can give me some advice on that off stream. So, any high-end tweezers you can recommend? Nothing I'm familiar with. I actually, here's some that I like to use. I have no idea. I bought these probably, there's Selecta. I bought these probably 20 years ago. So I don't know current. Okay, I gotta get this nut back in here, which is going to be a challenge. So I think I can grab the very tip of the, aha, oh. Okay, take two. And grab it with the very tip of the tweezers. Right like this. And try to, if I can, aha, woohoo, right in. Easy peasy. Now we'll take this, give this another try. And I cannot see a thing. There's all my weeding tools for my cricket. Cricket or cricket? What is it? Cricket? iFixit has an I said, okay. Tool pusher alert. Well, I'd be pushing tools if I knew you could get them right now. Okay, cable chain. Now let's see if I can do this without knocking the, there we go. Caught it that time. I never caught it before and I threw it, it went over to the thing. So I think that can go right there. And that's gonna put the other end right here. This is the, I'm looking for the frame side. My box of parts. There it is. So this piece here mounts right here. And then I think I'm gonna leave that just like that. I think that'll work. Have you been making sawdust with your tools this week? I have. A lot of it. Oops, I just broke that one. quite a bit. I'm trying to get the table done that I'm going to mount or put the CNC machine on, and that's been a project. So I think this goes like that. How does this go? There we go. Okay, so that's gonna go right like that. Watch details for the plot. Hey, Kalsa. With the sponsor discussion on Nero stream last night, I was thinking Steve should get one from some iWis or Knipex. Yeah, I'm Nero, same reason. Go triple for me. Anyone else having YouTube issues? I hope not. Okay, now that the cable chain path is here, I can get some actual wire lengths, right? So if I took take this, and I should probably anchor the bottom. Anchor the bottom of this just to keep it from flopping around. So I'm going to put a little nut in here with its little printed holder. And I think this actually needs to be an M6 or an M3x6, which I'm still basically out of, I think. Yeah, let me grab it'll just be a black one for right now. We're in the same boat, me making sawdust, building cabinetry, which my trident will be awesome. Okay. So that goes there. And that needs to let go of my screwdriver, and that'll be good enough right there. Okay. So. Hey, Ella. Last stream, we crimped micro fits onto the ends of the A and B stepper wires. Now I have scrap PTFE cables that I've cut off of steppers, so I'm going to utilize that and hope they're long enough. What you think of that chain flex, Steve? I think it's some great stuff. This is my first experience with it, so I'll let you know. Hard to get that connector as close to the jacket as I'd like, though. Stuff is surprisingly cheap too, like $1.35 per foot. Yep. Most of the iGuess stuff seems relatively not ridiculous anyway. Okay, if I go, oops, I want to go this way. If I go up through here and then wrap this around and go down through here, this is our basic connector path. It just barely fits through that hole. So just, and then these connectors are gonna go pretty tight right here, and I might put like a zip tie around this stepper to kind of hold all the two microfits that are going to be right here. Hey, Ram Online, welcome. And then this, so if I leave this right here and maybe tuck it into the belt here to hold it in place. We go through here. Now I'd like to come around this way, I think, and avoid crossing all this AC wiring. I put a cable anchor right here, so if I want to go this way, can I make it? I cannot. I cannot. So I think I'm going to just go straight across these at perpendicular to those wires to minimize anything, and I'm just going to go straight through there and underneath the power supply and over to the connectors here. Eclipse, thanks for gifted memberships. Actually got a random box from Igus the other day with all kinds of sample stuff. Nice. I guess our sanity also missed the USDST change. It was the last Sunday in March, yeah. So they moved it several years ago. They moved it here. It used to be much later. Working up plans for shallow finger jointed drawer, lasered foam to hold comment. Oh, nice. Welcome all the new members. Hey, McFartrate. Did you start early? No, time change. So I tried, so Twitter post, and then I did a community post yesterday reminding folks that the time changed. So, yes, this is the Manta M8P, but it's version 1.0. So apparently 1.1 has the CAN transceiver built in, so I have to use the U2C. Does anyone use the daylight savings time change as an excuse for being late? Well, it'll be interesting to see the YouTube viewer graph if there's quite an increase in slope at the 1 hour mark. Is that power supply on DIN? I always route under those UHP supplies, perfect for hiding wiring. Yeah, I think I am going to go under it for this. I may take the CAN wires, since I have plenty of chain flex, I'm going to take the CAN wires and come around and sneak this way and straight into the side of the UTC here. But for the steppers, I think instead of trying to find even longer cables, I want to reuse what I have and not have to redo it all. I will go here. Hey, Davis. I'm getting caught up. The time change sucks. Hopefully it's the last time. So if everything passes and goes through, then this will be the last change we have to do. Submitting for 2.4 serial today. Awesome. Oh, the giveaway. Yes. So the giveaway is in 2.5 hours. There's a lot of wiring hanging out of the chains. If you account for that, would you have enough wire? I don't think so. I don't really have a lot here. I'm only a couple of centimeters, and if I come across here and here and here, I really need a little bit more than that, I think. So I think I'll just go straight across, grab this. Here, why don't we do this? I can go right here, take it through this zip tie I've already got loose for this exact purpose. If I can get it, in there. Ah. I may not have it quite loose enough. There we go. Bring it through here. And then plug it in to whatever this is going to be, whatever stepper. I am way behind. No wire stretcher. Arizona did away with the time change as well as some other states too. Yes. So just California, we're waiting for that to happen. I think it's all been passed, not necessarily to happen, but to look at it, which is weird. Yeah. Why not just use a stepper driver on the right? Because I've got my Z steppers here. And I could move everything over. I'm not gonna change this up just to accommodate some wire lengths. This will be fine going across here. If it's a problem, then I'll say it is and we'll fix it. But before I do any of that though, I want to, where did I put all of my connectors and boxes. I've disrupted, oh, maybe it's right here. The box, which should have, yep, good. All my connectors and terminals. I got a bunch of Molex NanoFit connectors to try out. They seem pretty promising. A fair bit smaller than Microfit. I don't know that I've seen NanoFit. Okay, because everything else on here is going to end up with a nice black JST connector that came with these boards, I'm going to pop this out and swap it with a black connector. And we're also going to pull all of this out and put my wire labels on that I had made. I think I've got multiple, hopefully. I've got these, which has an A and B. I need 2. I need to label this at both ends. Let's see if I have to print. May have to print a new labels for that. Oops, making all kinds of noise. Hopefully it's not too bad. I think I'm gonna have to print some new and additional labels. I don't see. Hey, Monkey Butler Labs. Yeah, I mean, not just catering to yours. I've got definitely a preference for in the same line. So, okay, let's go ahead and pull this out and get this cable set up. We're actually going to cut it shorter, so I'll have to recrimp one end or the other. Actually, we'll recrimp the Microfit end. So let's see. And I've got 2, I'm gonna do this to 2 cables at once. So I've got another one of these. So both of these should be about the same length, so I should have the same questions. So here, and they are basically the same length. Hey, Rick G. So I need to grab my label maker. And we've talked about this before. This is just a brother. What is it? A PTD 600. And let's clear this. And we're just gonna go A, B. What else am I gonna be plugging in? Is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else that really needs to be labeled. So I'm gonna waste a bunch of label because these things are highly inefficient. You end up, if you look at this, you end up wasting that much of a label on both ends of these. I think these are going strong on Craigslist. Okay, that is done. So we have A and B. So now we're going to, before we work on that, we're going to pop the ends off of these and replace them with the black connector. I have one of their industry label makers that does heat shrink and has safety symbols and stuff, and yeah, they are pretty wasteful. Yeah. One thing you can do, if you're using the white JST connectors, there is plenty of room on the connector right here. If you wanted to take a, which I just happened to grab a brown Sharpie, if you wanted to take a Sharpie and label this A, and I actually haven't, I grabbed a bunch of things here, but instead of marking that one, you can get a legible mark on the white JST connectors. Sharpie, One of my most used desk tools. Shrink tube labels. Yes, I use, those are shrink tube labels. Can you change it in settings? No, I've looked. I didn't see anything. Very curious about your deburring tool. What brand is it? Oh, this is the Nova or Noga. I happened to catch them when they were on a pretty big Amazon sale. That's the part number. I heard about that from Cloud42 and Blondie Hacks. I'd say that for most used desk tool would be a hex tray. Anyone notice a YouTube glitch? What YouTube glitch? Huh. Okay. I use, and this is not a sharp, I mean, it's a well-used X-Acto knife, at least on the tip. It's been broke off. Just something, and I use the backside, not the cutting edge, to just push the tings down on the connectors. I got three of the 4 on the go. Charlie is, oh, there we go. Now we can use that the sharp side of the X-Acto knife to get in there and bend these tabs just very gently back into place. Now I've said this before, you can get away with doing this maybe twice before you need to recrimp the connector on here. Blue, red, green, black, that's all still in order. Okay, so then we'll tug all those and make sure they're in all the way. I do the same with silver Sharpie on the black JSTs. There you go. I use a Sharpie all over the place. They're so handy. I use a cell phone SD card remover and it works great. Yep. Or sharp tweezers would do it too. Although tweezers, you want to kind of protect that end. Lock picks. Oh, I should get some little picks. Yeah. Is the old guy still getting medicine? No, he had his round of antibiotics, and so far we haven't noticed him peeing outside of his litter box, so I hope we're good. Okay, let me depin this other one, and then we will throw the heat shrink labels on, and then we'll get them set up to cut to length. This one's being stubborn. There we go. 1. 2. 3, and last one. 4. Yep, throw my X-Acto knife across the desk. What do we got? Modified dental pick. I should get something like that. Looking at solid machine, super excited to see it first print. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. I am definitely going to use it. Let me do the little bend up the tings. If you do this too many times, it's going to fatigue the metal and eventually break, and then they won't fit or won't stay in the connector. Oh, there goes Charlie. Okay. Blue, red, green, black. That seems exactly opposite of... There we go. Blue, red, green, black. Oh, he doesn't want out. Okay. Make sure those are all in. Turn that off. Charlie cycle engaged. Yes. Heading over to his litter box right now. Okay, both of these have a black connector on. All is right in the world. Now we need the heat shrink that I set over here. B and A. And then just because I end up saving the ends of these because that's enough, that's just enough length to potentially be useful. And I've got a little box of pieces of heat shrink. We got heat bed signal, control fan 1 and 2 still as labels. So we are going to do A first, apparently. So A all the way to the end. And that one we'll label it here. And then A again on the end, on this end. So when if we ever have to pull it apart on either end, we know where it went. And Charlie wants out. Okay, so that's on there. He's going out. So now it's food time. Food and water. He missed the DST time and now thinks it's time to get pets. Well, when I was prepping here, he jumped up here, but that was like 45 minutes before stream time. Okay. That one is done. Let's put the labels on the other one so I don't knock them off my bench here. Good morning. Good morning, Arthur. And one more. Where did it go? Ah, here it is. Woo. Okay. We will heat shrink. You can probably heat shrink either end. They'll slide along here, especially this PTFE wire. They'll slide along just fine. So let me grab my gun. Heat shrink gun. Heat gun. See you, Kyle. Have a good one. Okay. Charlie may visit us in a little bit. You're right. Clear things out here, and we will start by running this under the power supply. There, right to there. And this is A. A is usually Y, and B is usually X. We will change that if we need to, but Let's get this pushed through the, oops. Push through that zip tie that I had set up here. There we go. Okay, so now that's going to come across here, and maybe we will pop the power supply out of the way briefly. So come under here and go into, this is AY, so we're going to put this into the second spot on the controller. Move that there and bend that around, and that will go right like that. We'll just leave this hanging here. So now we'll do the same for B. Sorry for those of you with headphones on. Did that actually not? Oh, hold on, let me check something. Apparently the sound deadening isn't on. Let me look at the filters. Filter is on. The noise suppression filter is on. Yeah. It blocked pretty well. Huh. But it was more, I mean, usually you can't hear it. Weird. Well, I haven't changed the way I do that. It's the exact same spot, same everything. It wasn't bad, blocked pretty well, but not like it used to be. So that's a change though, right? It's a change from how it used to be, because that's never, everybody commented on how quiet it was before. The label wants to get caught on this zip tie. There we go. Okay, so now B is usually X. So we're just gonna plug that in, and we can swap that around if we need to later. We'll bend this over and behind the board. And now we can put the power supply back on. There we go. There. Now we have these guys that are labeled on the other end. I can come up through here. And then I'm going to grab another little cable anchor, and we're going to anchor them right by this, right at the opening here, just to hold things there. Your configs somewhere public available. Depends on what they are. And apparently, I've got to start paying attention to GitHub issues, because people find issues in my configs and want to fix them, which is a good thing. It's just another thing I have to deal with. It sounded identical to the past for me. Huh. Maybe blocking the sound, but a change in the scene maybe needed to make it like before. Okay. I think there are two issues. Your voice gain seems higher than before, and some people are listening on equipped speakers. That messes with levels. Oh yeah, welcome to the stream. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is now 11 a.m. my time after the time change. Okay, so little cable tie there to clean things up. Probably joining the Voron owners in May. Awesome. Daylight savings time is a thing. Yep. Where are we at? You know what? I could have been monitoring the viewer count in the interface there in Studio, and I wasn't. Let's see if it goes up significantly from here. We do want to make sure that that number that I just see a 1 of right now, which is good. That's a 1. At least it's not, unless it's like teens. But let's see if we can get that to a 2 or 3 by the time the drawing comes around. Okay, so that just kind of manages the wires right there. Hey, Maker Viking. I'm lucky in Germany we are 1 hour behind, so I assume I can see the whole stream. Nice. Oh, that's right. This is more friendly. This becomes, is that right? Becomes more friendly for folks in other parts of the world that don't observe daylight savings times. Here comes Charlie. Come on. Oh. We're at 270. Yep. 1800 UK at the moment. Charlie is 2 minutes late. Running a little late today. Time change. Yep. But welcome. Okay, that is there. Let's see. That means that I can tighten this zip tie because it's not going to capture that one can go. That one can get tightened and out of the way because we're done there. And this one can get tightened. And see how close I can get in there to, without accidentally cutting a thing. So there we go. Wiring is getting cleaned up and finalized. DSTSLE, you don't cut 2 inches off one end of a blanket and sew it on the other and declare you have a longer blanket. Okay, this one is still long because we're going to run our CAN cable through there. Turn this up. Now we're going to run these wires that are still labeled. Got to make sure those labels don't slip off this slick PTFE wire. That's just going to sneak right in there, over the top, and down to here. Oh, poor Charlie. He's straining over there and I just heard him fart. Okay, so now we've got all that extra wire there. So that's gonna just kind of hang out right now. Let's just use the belts as a kind of hold this in place because I want some, I'm testing, the next thing is testing to make sure that we're gonna be, that the IGUS chain flex is going to work well in this chain. It could be. It very well could be. Poor cat. It should go right there. Let's tighten that a little bit, just so it's... He's old. The part all you want when you get old. This is true. Okay. Now, we're going to take the chain flex. And I have a, where is it? Where did I put the little end for here? I'll probably set them over here. Yep. So what are these things called? This is a cable gland, and this is the PC7 is what I'm using. I'm hoping this is the right size, or at least close enough to the right size. Will that clamp down? Yes. Cool. So this is gonna go in right there. So we're gonna just ditch that plastic nut. And it's gonna thread in right here. PK7 or PK12 should fit just fine. Where did that yellow cable chain come from? So that's IGUS chain flex. Kyle Hart sent it to me to use in this build because he had some. I couldn't find I have some of the green stuff. It wasn't gonna match anyway. And I think the green might be 20 gauge. Okay, so that gland's gonna go there. And then the rest of this, and I don't know what's gonna be the best view here. Maybe something like this. So if this comes through here, and then this is gonna go over to the spool head at its furthest point. So probably something like this. No problem, Killer Prince. Okay, so I'll adjust that length there. We'll probably need to, but I'm just kind of getting things lined up. Now the rest of this chain flex is gonna come up, loop up and around. Just like this. Coffee, almost forgot to make some of my own. Yeah. So if that does like that, a little bit of a loop there isn't bad. Okay. Now the cable chain here uses this printed cable chain. Uses these little printed pieces to snap on and hold it closed. Okay, that works. Snapped in there. Hey, Aaron. I have got a bunch of these, so bear with me while I sort through my box here and collect these, because I think we can just put it together. Yeah, I've got a bunch of these I've got to find. I got to find about 20 of them. Ah, found a whole pile of them here in the corner. Where are we at? Yep, we're almost to 300 people. Cable chain is printed. Hey, Clee, welcome. Hey, David. So yeah, all of these will hopefully just snap into place. It's a little tight, which is good. There we go. I have a feeling I'm going to end up swapping this at some point, maybe not during this build series, but I have a feeling at some point I'm going to want to just put a manufactured cable chain on here. And if I find out that I have to pull this chain flex out of here, because these are going in pretty tight, I'm not sure how many times I'm going to be able to pull these little clips, retaining clips off. They're fitting in pretty well. I don't have any worries about them falling out on their own, at least not, doesn't look like it. But they are, I don't think they're a mini multi-use thing. Oh, yep, we are going to get a visit. Don't like that smash button, we need to get it to 3. We need a 3. I only see a 1 right now. So I was thinking of a color scheme theme for my future trident. What do you think about a royal steampunk theme? There you go. Some gold, bronze, and maybe some purple and silver. That'd look good. Just print the old zip chains in new life. Hey, Nirq, welcome. Oh, here's Charlie. I'm stuck with my, oh, and he just bumped the mouse. Shoot. He is great at sitting right there. You know, this little cable chain, like I said, I don't know how it would do long term in terms of pulling it apart. You probably have to have a lot of spare links on hand, but it's going together pretty darn well. We're gonna move the whole gantry up and down once this is done, just to see how it, if it binds up anywhere, or if I fits, I sits. If I can get in the way, I will. Maybe we become parrot mode. Nice. One, two. Three. And 4. So do Microns get Trident serial numbers? No, they get Voron 2 serial numbers. Solid Fork gets a Trident serial number. Hey, Tina. Charlie is looking for attention. Are you going to Murph this year? Yes, I am planning on going to Murph. I need to book my flight, actually. I need to do it before the nonstop flights that I saw go away. Might be missing the Thunderbolt cable. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh. 1 shy. Where's the 1? I'm 1 shy. It's a good thing I printed some more. I did a plate. So these are the regular cable chain mounts I did last night, just in case. So, but I also had the forethought to do some more of these. There we go. Just needed 1 more. There's a whole tool head strain relief that takes a PK7 threaded in an angle towards the back and works really well with that IGUS cable. Does it work well with this guy? I think we'll be fine on what I've got. You'll see what it. There we go. Cable chain is in. Let's give Charlie some more pets. Is that a honey badger plate? No. So this is an LDO, what they're calling their Dark Rock series. Now I think it's still kind of in testing. They included it here along with the build plate and the heater for this build. Okay, let's get a, oops, litter off his feet. I need to change litter brands. Anyone know if the LDO V0S1 comes with spare hardware? I'm short 1 shim. There should be a spares bag. You use it on the solid fork? Okay. I'm not gonna have time to put it on here, but if you have a link to it, you can send it to me, so I'd like to check it out. Oh, I need one more. It goes right here. Okay. Hey, Moon Mushroom. Okay, let's see if he'll take to his pillow again. Would there be a downside to using the Prusa Mini bed and heater? No, there's it's kind of one of the official supported setups by HeartK. There are files out there to accommodate the Prusa Mini bed. Oh boy, there we go. Oh, I missed another one there. So I missed 2. So pull one off of here. This one goes right here. And one more goes right in here on the inside. This one goes right inside here. Cool. Now we're going to run it through the cable. It's all looking okay. That's all the way down. I think that radius, that bend radius, is going to be fine for this. I think I'm going to go with it. Yep. All the way up to the top, and everything is still fine. Cool. Yep. Okay, some of these need to be pushed together because the little pieces I just put in have kind of spread the thing. Looks like just that one. Yeah. Everything else is good. Okay. Need to build an orange and white printer with a mural printer and name it after Charlie. Now we need to get the tool head together because the length of this, I can still pull things through. I can still, yeah, see, I can still pull more through here, but I need to get this all set. So let's work on this to the tool head. So we have the end of this IGUS chain flex. Now I had already scored this and stripped the end here because I wanted to see what things looked like. It was cut flush when I got it. We are going to do black for ground, brown for 24 volts, and then high and low are going to be blue and white. So I think all of these might be twisted in there, but we're gonna go with semi-standard color convention of brown is going to be plus 24 volts, black is going to be ground, and then red and white or blue and white are going to be the can high and low. So, and then we are going to be connecting it with this 2x2 microfit. And I designed, and I think I put it out there already, this strain relief, this tool head strain relief that we looked at last week. So this goes to the tool head board, and where does it connect on the other end? On the other end, it connects to the U2C, the USB to CAN adapter that's down there, and it'll be another microfit 4. Although it has multiple connection options, I'm going to use the microfit 4 option. So yeah, anybody wanting to build an ERCF, I do recommend, although it's long, the build series I did, we ran into quite a few things and took our time with that build. Now, I haven't printed with it, I mean, beyond the series, but I would expect it to work once I get around to hooking it up and using it. Microfit 4, the white one, and Microfit 3, the black one. What do you mean? MF3, so the MF3, the 3 on here indicates, let's go here. Oops. It should be the 3mm pitch between pins. So that's the MF3. It means there's 3mm center to center between pins. I might have said the 4-pin microfit is what I meant, DJ Natty. This 4-pin microfit. I'm gonna do it on both ends, this same connector. If we look at, here is the U2C, and there's that same 4-pin connector right there. Now this is probably some Molex connector. I don't know what its designation is. And then these look like JST PH. I don't think those are JST XH. Don't make the same mistake I did wiring up the U2C and EBB. CAN high and low pins are reversed between the tool head board and the U2C. Fun. Yeah, this looks like a 4-pin Molex. One of the nice things about a printer like this is, even with the bed in there, it is tossable. My V2 runs now with CAN bus to Octopus. CAN booted and direct to an EBV36 on a stealth printer. Awesome. Okay, so we need to figure out pin out on this connector right here. So to do that, I'm gonna pull up the Big Tree Tech, and I'm gonna send a link here. Grab my keyboard. Enter. Okay, so that's where I am on GitHub. And we are going to, oh, Charlie's asleep, so hold on. Very important stuff. Here we go. We are going to go to EBB CAN 1.1. It's the same as the 1.2. We determined that last time. And we're going to go to the 36, the EBB 36. The 42 is the square one that goes behind a NEMA 17. And then I'm going to go to hardware and pin, probably. So how is that? I always get confused here. So how is this being read? It doesn't really indicate. Let's see if the manual has a better indication on the pinout. Let's go to the manual here. Let's same as the 1.1 minus the fire. I thought it was the 1.0 that had the fire, and it was 1.2 that fixed it. I have no idea where 1.1 is. So yes, that diagram, to me, if I'm having problems with that, someone else is having problems with reading that. So let's see if there's a better indication on, and let's open this so we don't have to worry about loading more pages. Let's see if there's a better indication in the instruction manual here. It was a 1.1 that went up, okay. The Voron Discord should have a diagram with a better picture of the layout and a pinned post. I don't want to rely on going to Discord if I can help it. I want to see what we can do with the documentation as provided to us, right? Be aware the PNG is false, plus is down left and ground right down, high is upper left. Let's see. Let's see what we have here. So this diagram right here, and let me zoom in, is the one that is not, I don't think, very intuitive. We got ground and voltage in, and then can low and can high, but where does that actually indicate? There's a line here, but it doesn't really, they should indicate this tab. So let's keep going and see if there's a better picture. Filament run out. Like I said, I don't want to rely on third-party documentation if I can help it. It looks like I'm not going to be able to help it, but let me check one more thing. I've got it mounted to the, I have it mounted to the board right now, but I do have another one of these. So let's see what it looks like if we actually look at the markings on the board. See if we can figure it out. So if we look at this, this is another one of those. And it does. So here's the pin. So this pin here, this bottom corner pin, is voltage in. The bottom right pin is ground, and then high is the upper left pin, and low is the upper right pin. Now, I could have maybe looked a little closer behind here or pulled this off to check. I just happen to have another board. The marks are on the board, yep. So we're double checking. So assuming the silk screen is correct, which is not always a great assumption, we should actually, if we want to double check that, we should be able to take our multimeter here and go from what would be voltage in, should be able to go to the heater. Yep, not the other. So that is checking out, because one side of your heater should just go straight to voltage in, and that checks out. So there's a good print pic of that wiring pinned in the CAN bus stop channel. Is there somewhere, do we have any of that on Voron docs? Because I can't really go to Discord on stream. So for one thing, it's very hard to filter information unless I made another account. It's very hard to filter things to seeing DMs and channels and stuff like that. So I don't want to be able, I don't want to show on stream a Discord thing. Jack Black, thanks for becoming a member. It worked. Awesome. I'm gonna end up opening this to reference it again. Actually, I'm gonna pull it open now because my scattered brain on stream is not capable of storing that and pay attention to chat and actually get anything done. So, basic idea is we are going to need to crimp and put pins on here, and I want to get that as close to this jacket as possible. And then I'm going to run a piece of heat shrink, I'm hoping, over the whole thing and capture this little tab here on the connector, and then zip tie all of that to this little tab I have on the strainer leaf. I would check the ground with the multimeter, then can high is over the VCC pin and can low is over the ground pin. If it's an image, you can open it in a browser. That's true. But I'd want to show people how to get there. Just seeing the image and someone comes by later, I'd want to show them how to get there. Hey, John. I did something similar with the heat shrink, but I made it really hard to take the cable off. Yeah, if you get the heat shrink underneath this tab, it does make it very hard to get it off. Okay, I need my heat shrink box, and we need to find a piece of heat shrink that is going to be the right size. So I've got a box of heat shrink here. I don't think that's going to be big enough. That will work, because we can stretch that a little bit. Stretch that a little bit with some pliers and just kind of open it up just a tad. And then I'm gonna shrink that on like that and maybe cut a little tab out for the tab. I would pull up on that chain flux cable on the I guess side and confirm which wired are twisted together. My guess is it's brown, blue, and black, white. Yes. So they kind of naturally twist here. So I'm thinking the same. And besides, just in terms of color coding, I'm gonna go brown for voltage and black for ground, and then blue and white for high-low, can high-low. Hey, Shlunky Kong. The Micron, this is a 180 cube. This is a 180 build. Although the bed says 185, the whole thing started as a 120, the Micron in general. Then the Micron Plus came out at a 160, but Hard K realized that he could actually fit a 180. Okay, and then we probably only want, we don't need this whole thing. So let's grab some scissors and cut this off. This is an aluminum plate, although there are files out there for a Prusa Mini plate. Okay, now we're gonna take this and we're gonna cut these a little shorter. Where do I want to get to? Probably about there. Okay. Have you seen the integrated gear Bontex making the seat? I have seen those. Is there any, I don't think there's any kind of wire color code for can high and low, right? I just need to remember which I used. I love how every time this comes up, we all get to remember how bad Part K is at math. This is true. This is true. Brown blue is convention for AC voltage. Black is yes, but we're talking about DC here. So the closest is going to be brown for VN and black for negative, and then we'll use the blue and white for high and low. Don't you want the CAN cables twisted together? I don't know what these look like inside. Let's see if we can find out. Let's see if there's any, here, let's go here, and gotta find my keyboard. Let's see if we can find out. Have you seen the mod for the 2020 Micron? Yes. Need Charlie prints permanently engraved into that plate. They nearly are. He's climbed all over this thing. IGUS chain flex. Let's just do an IGUS chain flex search. Let's go IGUS. IGUS.com. Here, anybody who wants to follow along. There we are. Yellow for CAN H, green for CAN L. Perfect, except I don't have yellow and green. How do I product finder or browse the chain flex shop? And is there a search here? Chain flex product finder. Let's try that. Sharpies to the rescue, then the wires can be any color. I don't know what this actually comes up as. Let's see if we can just search. Yeah, the things I care about aren't coming up in the search. There are hundreds, yeah, there are a bunch of variations. Is there a part number on here? Chain flex cable works. 20233. I don't know what, no, I don't want ready cable. 20233. Let's see if that comes up with anything. Nope. I'm just looking at things on the label. Cable CAN 01. CBL-CAN-01. Nope, that didn't come up. E310776. Ah, what is that? CF5. Aha. CF504. Here, we are going to do the 4x22 gauge. Where's 4x22? There isn't 4x22. That's what's listed on KB3D. So this is CF5. CF77 maybe? CF7? Nope. Is that what I got, Obi-Wan Kenobi? CF77? Let's try that. I guess this site can be a challenge to find exactly what you're looking for. But there it is. Woohoo! Thank you. Let's look. It looks like it's all twisted together. Is there another picture? Yeah. I bet you it's just all twisted together. Pressure extruded, high tensile strength core element. So here, just for here is the link to the product that I'm using. So it does, just looking at the picture, it doesn't look like they're separated. It's just, they're just all twisted together. So we're just gonna go with it. So that little detour there was to just try to figure out if there was anything that mattered. And someone else said at this cable length, it may not matter anyway. Now, of course, I'm forgetting my phone in my pocket. You here, Steven? Are you still good? Are you here today? Okay, let's get this crimped and get a microfit 3 on here. Not a mod yet? Okay. Okay, we're good. Where did I put my glasses? Ah. So these should all be 22 gauge. Dealing with short wires here because I want to keep the connector close to the jacket. Okay. Maybe you've unmodded some people today, didn't see a mod today. Just haven't had anybody. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's make sure these wires, let's just bend them way out of the way. Okay, what is the pins? So if I put this right here, which way do these go? I don't know which way they plug into the connector here. Which way the terminals go in. It's not, it's gonna go up and down, so I think it goes this way. So now if I go here, then that's going there, and these two are going there. So that's something like that. So it looks like, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, if you're looking at a terminal, if you're looking at these terminals, the tabs, the crimped part faces up, and I think it faces up when you insert it into the pin, kind of like that, if you can see. Yeah, it goes in like that. So now I'm kind of arranging things such that when I crimp it, I'm not going to have to twist these around to get them into the connector here. So the top one there, actually it's the bottom one, is power. So these are going to switch. So that's going to go down, that's going to go up, and then that's this bottom left one here. Oops, I'm not showing good. Is the bottom left one is voltage in, the bottom right is ground. That means white I'm going to assign high, and blue I'm going to assign low. So Let's go ahead and bend some of these other ones out of the way. Get this guy in here and crimp that in place. Okay, and we'll go to the next one. Did you remember to put your heat shrink on the cable yet? I did not. Thank you for the reminder. Fortunately, it's big heat shrink. I can put it on after I get these going. Here. There we go. Now, fiddly little crimps. Make sure all the wires are straight. Makes it. There we go. I'm doing a poor job of staying centered on the camera. So electronics, especially, I mean, something like this where we're building, basically, even though it's CAN, just imagine how long this would have been taking if this was not CAN, not a CAN build. I mean, we're 3 streams into this, just doing wiring. Okay, so now this, and this. So before I actually click those into place, I'm gonna double check here. So ground positive, white is high, blue is low. Is what I'm doing here. Now all those go in. We've got a relatively short exposed area. Now I put this. Let's put this over that quite a bit, and then we're gonna shrink that down. And then I'm gonna take a sharp X-Acto knife and I'm gonna cut the little spot out where so the tab can actually work. PA09 crimpers? No, I am not a fan of the PA09s officially. IWS 2820Ms by iWis, but they just changed their branding to iCrimp. Hope the shrink is not too long. I think it'll be fine. I think it will flex, and I can probably kind of form it. Oh. What about the hosens? I haven't used the hosens enough. I bought the hosens for DuPonts, really. I bought the hosens for DuPonts, and then I discovered the iWis SN025, and these are really nice for. These are the hosens for anybody who's wondering, and I got these from Klee. P707. They have the correct die for DuPonts as well, and they are a spring-loaded but not ratcheting. Okay, let's shrink that on. So we're going to get this out of the way, and we are going to go ahead and shrink it. Nope, I just dropped my heat gun. Hope I didn't break it. And then I think we'll kind of form this as a bend. Hey, Munjan. Now it's filtering when you don't talk. Well, it should filter when I don't talk. Okay, so that's like that. What did I say? Blue. White is high, blue is low, right? Okay, I didn't break it. I dropped my heat gun instead of setting it down. I usually set it down gentle. White is high, blue is low. Okay. Now we've got potentially a problem here in the, oops, this should have bent the other way. Oh, that means the whole thing is going to be wrong. So the arc that this naturally goes is plugging in this way. I'm going to have to twist the entire, cable and get it going. It's not the natural arc of the cable. That's a problem. Crap. I might want to redo that. And guide those wires the opposite way of what I just did. Well, I can't just heat it back up because I don't have enough wire there. I need to twist this connector 180 degrees, and I don't have enough wire there to do that reliably. I don't know how well does, well, let's find out. This is all. I got the iOS 2412s for crimping. Yeah, this chain flex wants to bend in one way. So I think the easiest thing for me to do is to just redo this crimp with the connector flipped around. I think that's the easiest way. We'll score the jacket back a little further, expose a little more wire, and just recrimp it. I want this chain flex has a natural bend to it, and it doesn't look like I can easily oppose that. And it's just going to put it under extra strain. So I think the right thing to do is grab my sharper thing and just redo this. Score the heat shrink and it's gone. And then we will, maybe we can do this without redoing everything. Let's see if I can just depin this. Again. My OCD. Well, I think this is a little different than OCD. This I don't think it's going to work well without that cable going in its natural. I got two of those. I didn't get these two over here. might mostly be this bottom one. Just the white one in the corner is all that's left. Force it. We'll redo those. We'll cut all those off and redo them. But okay, we'll kind of put extra force on the tool. Yeah. So I'm going to need to do is, as I'm crimping it, bend it the wrong way so that my crimps, it's easy to do the crimps, because it's easy to do the crimps with the terminal pieces pointing up. So I am going to cut all of these off because we're going to redo them, because I don't trust those pins now. So we're just going to cut all of these off. Just a white one in the spotlight. I don't get it. You need to 180 them anyways. Yep. Why I have iWis SN025 in my bookmarks? Did we mention it? Yes. So the iWis SN025 is a DuPont crimper. DuPont only. Don't try to use it. Don't try to use it on your others. So now I think the right way to, and I only need a little bit. I only need a little bit here. Is score the jacket. And it might be actually harder to do a short piece like this. Yeah. I'm taking my time here, making sure I don't cut into the wires. Just trying to. This is a lot easier if you do this back here, and I've got enough of this. Maybe it's just going to be easier, and I'll show you what I do. If we go a little further back and score this, and then when you bend it, and then just kind of barely touch it with the blade, it'll separate. If you can get enough of the end here to bend it, and then if you just kind of barely slice your blade across here, it just kind of opens up. There we go. See, and now you just barely touch it. Put a little stretch on that. Now it'll pull off. Hey, Poindexter. Cat 5 cable round cutter. I actually have one. Not a bad idea, but okay. All of these terminals I gotta throw away. Let's get that, and I need a piece of heat shrink. Another piece of heat shrink. And cut it. Oh, get my screwdrivers along with my scissors. So how long did I have the other one? That seemed about a good length. Do that. And then we needed to open it up a little bit. Where are the drag train STL files found? They're in the cable chain folder. And we're going to put this on here so we don't forget. The first cut is the deepest. That is true. Okay. 4 new terminals. And now I am going to rotate the printer. And then we're going to pull all of this way. Pull it this way. And then it'll fall into place. So the two top ones, the bottom ones. The 2 bottom ones are black and brown. And then blue and white. So we're going to go up there, down here, over here, and over here. There we go. So I'm forcing this to bend back the other way. We're going to cut these to here. And then let's just pull all these out to the side so we can strip them. Catch all of that one. There we go. Going downhill fast here with the music references. And here. Okay. Now, this is going to go here. So straight back. Hey, just to throw you off, without 0 with green, what is that? I don't get that. Just to throw you off, without 0 with green BL with blue GR. Huh. I don't get the reference. Maybe I've got too many things. So this is going to go here, and that goes here. So this one and this one. Okay. So sorry, okay, there we go. Oops. Right there. White, orange, orange, white, green, blue. I don't know what that is. What's orange? I don't know orange anywhere. Okay, so now we're going to put the positive. Make sure the wires are, or the strands of the wires are in place, because it's a little tight fit in here. There we go. The telecom code to remember the crimp, but we don't have any orange on here. I feel like I'm being dense, but I'll take it since I'm trying to concentrate on okay, ground. RJ45s. I was trying to throw you off. You are throwing me off. You're succeeding, but that's okay. Okay, now Blue is high, white is low? Or were we the other way? Blue is low, white is high? It doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to, it sounds like I need to reverse it on the other one anyway. Which one was blue? Blue is high or low? Blue low, white high. Okay. So if I go here, blue low, white high. Yeah, I'm flipping them on this one, it looks like. Okay. White clouds are high in the sky. Look at that. When you're crimping this close to other crimps, you really want to make sure you don't accidentally grab another connector, another terminal in the jaws of the crimper. Printer prawn, you're screwing me up. Okay, now blue, black. This is not as clean because it was very awkward. So let's make sure we're correct. Black, blue, blue is low, white is high. And the blue one, it needs to be twisted. There we go. Okay. All of them are in. Now it naturally falls into place. Which slots are you using on the iWis? I generally use the 1.3 for the conductor crimp on these microfits and JSTs, and the 1.6 for the insulation crimp. Okay, so this naturally falls on to the spot for that. Now we're gonna put the heat shrink on and get that done. It's there. Yes, I did it. Now we're gonna heat shrink this. Then theoretically this clips on and it clips off just fine. So I don't think I'm actually going to cut the insulation. So the concern would be the heat shrink here underneath this tab getting in the way of being able to pull the connector off, but I was just able to pull it off. So I'm going to leave it. So more of that on there, the better we can leave that, or the more we can leave that, the better. Okay, so this is there. Now we are going to temporarily attach our tool head. Big Tree Tech, yes, that was in the EBB 36 box. Okay, so just one screw holding the tool head on for now, and hey, it's boopeting. Then we can plug this in. And then there's a little spot right there that I can slip a zip tie around and connect it to this little printed part I have. So now we're gonna go all the way forward, well, as forward as it's going to go on that and all the way down. So we're gonna bring the printer down. Had to recrimp because it's always the angle of the angle, yes. Hey, Steve Builds, how long before the build? Had a big, oh, before the drawing, you mean? So I have, oh, is it really noon already? An hour. It's 45 minutes till the drawing. 45 minutes till the drawing. Links are in the description. I can pull this out. Here, let's see. So I am moving this down into the furthest. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be moved down. Sorry, my space brain. I'm gonna give ourselves a little more wire here. And we want to, oh, I know why I was moving it down. I wanted to have a better eye on where 0, 0 was. And I can't really see it when the gantry was further up. So we're gonna move this over and down to 0, 0. So the tool head's at 0, 0 now. And I'm going to probably do right about like that. Maybe give it a little bit more. And then we can tighten the gland on that. Maybe a little bit. There we go. Everyone needs more slack. And I'm gonna put a zip tie on here, even though we're gonna end up undoing it and redoing it a couple of times, but this should just zip tie around here. And kind of tie that into there. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. Yep, everything clears the chain. There was some concern on an earlier stream on whether with the tool head board I'd clear the chain. I'll show you here in a second and clean off some of my crap. Yeah, all kinds of room there. That's full all the way back. Oops. This is going to get held forward a little bit by the back panel, but that looks pretty good. It kind of follows that chain back there, and then all the way to the front. That's good. I think we're good. Will you clear at max Z? Probably not. That's the, I'm not convinced on how great umbilicals are, but they're definitely easier to wire. Okay, I'll hold it down. There we go. So see, because the problem is once you get up here into max Z territory, and let's see where we are. That looks a little high on the umbilical. Well, I can't, I've got to have space. This is why I don't, this is the big reason why I'm not a big fan of umbilical, because this is only 150 millimeters of, here, let's go all the way up. Look at that. This is theoretically, and that's probably not quite 180, even though I can only measure, this is 150 to here, and there's not, here, let's see. There's about that much. Yeah, it's right at 180. So this is the 180 top, and the top panel would be, there's not enough room for this to bend. I do not have 180 millimeters of Z out of this printer. Hey Kilo, thanks for being here. So, it didn't snag onto the chain. I will not get 180 millimeters of Z on here. I don't think anybody will, because look at this. This is basically at 180 right now. Let's get it lined up. If you could mount your umbilical way down, maybe way down here, might be. I mean, and even then we've got, but there is no way. So, oops. So if we move this down to where I think we have a reasonable max travel, which is, I bet you it's more in the 150 millimeter range or less. That's about 145 right there. PTFE wouldn't let you get the full 180 anyway. Yep. So if I kind of hold this, yeah, things start binding and it's not comfortable. This is my frustration. This is always my frustration with umbilicals. Is you can't even get 150 out of here and still have it home. Like what's this gonna do back here? It's gonna bend over maybe like this if you're lucky and doesn't bind up. So now there isn't really an easy cable chain solution here. The reverse Bowden tends to be a little more flexible and get out of the way. I mean, you see it on Trident. The reverse Bowden kind of follows and it rubs on the top, but you don't have as big of a problem as something like this or any kind of wire here. So anyway, we're gonna keep going. We'll see once we put the panels on what our practical limits are. It'll be interesting to see. Umbilical in general, that's my concern with umbilical that I've brought up. I don't think it's the magic solution to cable management. I think there are drawbacks to cable chains as well. So why not just tie the umbilical wire to the reverse Bowden? You run into the same thing. You need enough cable here to get to the front. Now, if that's to here, let's simulate that. If that's to here, and you run this over to here, and so right about here, well, you're running into the same thing. Once you get back here, you're twisting and binding up. Yeah. I think going through this is better than what it is right now, though. I think you're right. I think it's better. Don't forget to take your yellow stops off the bed. Oh, yeah. So, wireless can. There we go. I've always kind of felt anything over 120Z is usually unnecessary, and I agree. It's probably not practically going to be a problem here. We're going to continue the build. This is not build stopping, but this is probably something to be aware of. You're not going to get 180 millimeters cubed out of here unless you don't run panels. If you don't run panels or you run some sort of, and it's practical on this small printer, you could make a little top hat here. Why don't you do the top hat like the V0 could? I think Kilo meant just PTFE cable zip to the Bowden tube, not the chain flex. JP Claus, thanks for becoming a member. How much does this printer cost? That's a good question. It's a really good question. Fabrico has a pre-order or something out there right now. They could give you a good idea of what you would expect to pay for a Micron. Fabrico and West 3D are the official sellers of the partial kit from LDO, and that's what I'm basing this on. So if you check them out. It's a good build, Steve. Is it going to go on sale? My printer is not going on sale. It's my printer. But The kit, the partial kit, is, like I said, is on sale at Fabrico and West 3D. I would check if those are not local to you or your preferred LDO distributor, then I would check with your preferred LDO distributor and see what they can do. This is the one, well, Kilo, we were talking about this earlier. Kyle's math problems. It's a Micron Plus, and it turns out that you can get 180 millimeters of X and Y travel out of a Micron Plus. I think it was originally, it's the same printer as what was called the 160, but there's a lot more travel available. Hey Sean, thanks for becoming a member. You were a member before though, right? Is that just the renewal? Okay, I am seeing a 2 in the likes column. The bamboo horizontal chain seems okay. It's about 180 by 180 by 50 print volume. I'm sure you could get an easy 120 to 130 out of it. Easy. Which will be fine for my use. Okay, this is done. I'm gonna let this hang. We're gonna do we're gonna finish up the wiring in the top here by crimping and connecting our A and B steppers. And then we'll go to the under panel and get that. And then we will be really close to wired. Can upgrade to 235 by 235. Honestly, John, build a V2 at 250 if you're at that point. Anything over this size, I would recommend a V2. A V2 can be easily built at a 200 millimeter build size. And 25 millimeter increments on a V2 is where you want to be. 25 millimeter increments on a V2 or a Trident. Kit doesn't include the board, Pi, or alternative and hot end, as well as wiring bits. So I think Fabrico is building a full kit that they're selling. The partial kit does not include power supply, electronics, hot end, that kind of wiring, but it does include panels and I believe the bed, but you'd have to check. People have even done 150 V2s before. Yeah. Easily you can do a 200. Smaller than that, it gets challenging. 200 is I think is a good size. We have a few people who have built those. I think it goes to 800 to 900 with all the shenanigans needed. Yeah, this for volume, this is not a cost efficient printer. Okay, so these are all, and the cable chain or the chain flex is there. This kind of goes up in there. So that means that we are going to, this is the B stepper. So we'll start with the B stepper. And I think I'm gonna go right here and go right here. So that's probably long enough right there. And go for it. I can think about it forever, or I can just cut. The little printed parts next to the bed extrusions are when I had to flip the deck panel, or when I decided to flip the deck panel. I put those there as references so I could remove these rails without having to remeasure stuff. So I grabbed every end stop, whatever piece that I wasn't already using, like these rail stops that I had extra printed parts for. Hey, there's a 6 millimeter button head that I need. And I put all of those in place on all four sides here, and I'll just pull them pull them off of here so it doesn't confuse anyone more. So I kept my reference. I've required some 1.5 millimeter long lead screws. Whoa! That's a long lead screw. Okay, so now I need I need the male pin now. So I'll need a bunch of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, I grabbed exactly 8 in that little pinch. There we go. And then 2 of the mating side microfits. Is there any vendor shipping 200 V2 kits? Looking for a nice Prusa Mini equivalent from the Voron family in a few months. I think it would be custom. I imagine that would be custom. And I think this one I am going to make the same length. I'll make sure I have my label up far enough. So. Okay. Then these are the same. And crimpers. 150 panels is an official listing, and 2 weeks ago they still had some in stock. Okay. Okay. You go out of the way. PTFE wire is so slick. You pull just hard enough to strip a wire, and it seems like it pulls it halfway through the harness. There we go. And then I'll do this one while I'm here. Oop. Okay, there we go. It's raining hard here. It was raining pretty good yesterday. I had the garage door open. I was working on my CNC table and had nice white noise from the rain going on. It wasn't too bad. Okay, so this, we're just gonna double check my black, green, so it goes the opposite, black, green, red, blue. So black, green, red, blue. So anybody who remembers the Squirrel Saga, we've dubbed him Jim. He was back today. I hadn't seen him, her, him, whatever. I didn't name him, so it's he, because someone else named him Jim. I heard him right before stream this morning and went out there, and sure enough, he's tugging on the wire mesh that I put in place to keep him out of my attic. Looks like I'm gonna have to chase him away a few more times. He's back. I hadn't seen him in weeks. And sure enough, he's right there, still trying to get in. Cayenne pepper. just in that area. I tried mothballs because I'd heard that that was a deterrent, and it was not at all. It just pushed them off onto the ground. I had stuffed the little access hole with mothballs. Now I have a chicken wire mesh on the inside in the attic stapled in there, so I don't think he could get in one way or anyway, but hey Kurt. Jim was hanging out with Fat Gus. Hey Pedro. Are cable chains a possibility versus an umbilical? I don't know. Some printed parts would have to be made, and you'd probably have to use the 7mm chains. Okay, so this one goes together there, and then let's put it in the housing. So I'm going to just kind of, I always do this because I don't trust myself, especially on the mating connector. So making sure that I have black, green, red, blue. So black, green, red, blue. Black, green, red, blue. Okay. Come on. There we go. These have always been a little more touchy. Use a screwdriver, small screwdriver to push those in. They don't usually push in just with the pressing on the wire. Just go in until you can hear them click. And it matches up. Sweet. Wire AC to the mesh. Well, I'm trying to do this humanely. Trying to just discourage him, her, whatever. Them. Okay. Now we do it again. That was quite a nice drag chain. Yeah, this turned out pretty well for printed chain. I'm pleased. Let's see how long it lasts. Black, green, red, blue. So black. Slick PTFE wire. Green. Oh, it's raining. I can hear it. Red. You can buy coyote urine in a spray bottle. No, it sounds gross, but heard it works well. I bet. Just started coming down good. Black, green, red, blue. Black, green, red, blue. Okay. Green, red, blue. Okay, and push them in. There we go. Give it a new twist and bring the Maybe Charlie wants to catch Jim. I'm sure. I don't know. Charlie has caught one mouse. The only mouse we've ever seen, or even seen evidence of. No droppings, no nothing, but there was a mouse in our kitchen, and Charlie caught it. But this was like 6 or 7 years ago. He'll come back from Rocky Mountain and Squirrel will be set on sofa. 6 or 7 years ago, Charlie might have something. But right now, he likes to do this. Okay, so B is going to be this stepper here. No. B is going to be this stepper. B, A. And then I haven't quite figured out how I want to manage this going up there. I'm hoping that I can do some service loops here and things will just kind of naturally stay in place. But, oh, that actually didn't clip. There we go. So B and then A. Okay. Charlie seems to only be bothered by Steve being away for a time and nothing else. Yeah. Now I left, this wire is probably way too long here, but whatever. So both of these, and then I want to make a little bundle here and just zip tie it to this stepper, I think. And there are some clips that kind of press in. I might find one of those on Thingiverse or something to manage that. It is not quite, it's right at the wrong length. This is quite a mess. Cool details and it's looking nice. Till now, very smooth printed parts. Thanks. Okay. May need 2 of these. I don't think one of these will reach around. So let's see how dexterous I can be and put zip ties together 1.5 handed. Hey, Sanity. Okay. That'll at least take care of those a little bit until I might have to redo that, but get some kind of out of the way. So we have 20 minutes until the giveaway. Now, I'm never going to base the giveaway on likes. Never. Ever. But let's see if we can see a 3 in that number. And then I'll feel good. Which filament type has the highest lubrosity? Lubrosity. Nylon is supposed to be pretty good for that, right? Not really, but in terms of it doesn't stick to just about anything, so coefficient of friction against it is low. Well, you can print with, what is some polypropylene or whatever? Is that pretty slick? Yeah, not carbon, Delrin, yeah. But you can't print with Delrin, right? Okay, above deck wiring is basically done. Let me, oh boy, this is gonna be near impossible. I need to change that screw out. This is gonna be near impossible. Actually, maybe I can I do this? Let's move this up to give myself the most flex. Let's get in here and loosen this. And then can I get this out here? There we go. I wanted to get rid of this little printed piece because it was keeping, for one thing, it was keeping me from being able to, there we go. It was keeping me from being able to tighten this screw down all the way. Yeah. And then I want to grab the stainless screw that I found. Okay. Then we can put a nut on here. And get this. So we'll tighten it down right now. And then we can put this back on. There we go. That should be lined up and work okay. And then I should probably take a zip tie here. And oh, there are some holes here for zip ties. So let's do this. And here. And just kind of, not super tight, but get that in there. And is there any, yep, there's some management for the top as well. Cable chain wire management. Good job. I like it. Screw into here. And that screw can go over there. I'm not seeing the links in the description, or is it just me? Reload. Reload, because if you haven't reloaded, so just everybody, if you haven't reloaded since the stream started, you need to reload in order to see the description. I don't post them until right before the stream starts. Yeah, refresh the page. Let me see what we got. We have got we've got a good number of responses. A good number of responses based on how many people we have here. We have 15 minutes until the giveaway. I don't know what the actual number of likes are, but I only see a 2. Now, I say only, but that's, I'm super thrilled with that. And we have 360 people here. Hey, Faith3D. Okay, now I need to put a couple of a zip tie through this top part. I don't know what the best view. Maybe that'll work. Reload and bonus, you get about a 1.5 second repeat of repeating himself. More so than normal. Oh, 200. Nearly a 3. Give the beard a 3. There it is. Awesome. I see a 3 now. All is right in the world. Okay, so there. And then get my tweezers. Pull this through here. And then back through this side. And then make sure we get all of the cables there. It looks good. Oh, and I put the zip tie in backwards. I put the zip tie in backwards. So we get to do that again. There we go. I want to get to configuring these controllers. There we go. Oh. It is incredible to me that we've gone 3 hours at this point. We'll be here a while today. I need zip ties with a quick release. I go through so many. Yeah. At least they're cheap. Okay. Now the upper deck wiring is done. Let's move this down here. I don't think I need the cable guide, the cable chain guide. I don't think it's, this cable chain doesn't fall over. I think I'm just gonna not put it in. I think I'm just not gonna put it in. So I'm gonna take this screw out and there we go. Get rid of it. Now, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. I don't think I need there's a little, just like on the V2, there's a little printed part that can go back here that just keeps the cable chain from falling back. It just kind of keeps it in line with this, but this printed chain doesn't appear to really need it. I think we're good. Just had my stealth burner main body lift up off the print bed. Oh, that does suck. Okay, now go here. And this is gonna roll through here and then through a zip tie that I need to cut and redo on this side. So maybe I can do this and get a view. So this zip tie I'm gonna cut off because I'm gonna run this down here and up through here. And keeping this wire as far away, and I don't know if it really matters, but keeping it as far away from the AC wires as possible. It'll go up against near the SSR, but I think this will be okay. And then it'll just plug in right here. Did you say the front fell off? It's not supposed to do that. Okay. Let's see if I can get this wire ran before the giveaway. And if we can get this wire ran before the giveaway, I think the last thing is the signal wire for the heat bed. Then we need to do a boop sensor, but we'll get there. Your friend ever get the underwire today, after stream? It is going to him after stream today. So I kept it around a little longer because I wanted to do those part cooling fan tests since it came up. Okay, so that's gonna go there. This can come off. This one is gonna come over here, and we can put another zip tie there. So this one is gonna go right there. Come on. Right there. Oh, I guess I need to stand. Apparently my watch says I need to stand. Right there. And then I think this is just gonna go right here and not have any more holds. So we're gonna go right there. So we're gonna cut this, oops, cut this right about there. And then that'll just kind of Hang out there. Push up against the skirt maybe, but that's okay. Just cut that right there. I'm gonna cut it a little long so it'll be easier to strip. There we go. It is cut. I'm back, energy drink in hand. You are on time, Andrew. Good job. Oh, what do we got? 55 watching, have not liked. Oh. So there's a lot of folks that I'm sure come and go. It's still incredible to me that we consistently have 300 to 400 people watching me build. It's going up fast, yes. And that's okay. That is okay. Are there any future plans for the Voron team for a resin printer? There is, I can honestly say there is nothing planned for a resin printer. Which I guess filament did you get and did you try it? Oh, filament. Wife wants to go shopping now. Was the cable color intentional or lucky coincidence? Well, Heart K had some of this yellow chain flex, so he sent me some. Oh. How would you DIY a resin printer? That's a good question. Okay, so if I do that right around the those letters there, that is 00 or a VW or something. I'm gonna score it right there, and that'll put our connector right about there. Okay. Score the jacket here, and then bend it. Yep. Making sure I don't nick those wires inside. Making sure I don't nick any of my soft bleedy bits. Being very, there we go. And that's done. There's nothing to improve that would merit the Voron touch. It's just too simple. Yeah. What kind of cable is that? That is, I guess, chain flex. Okay, so that's gonna go there. Yep, I think I did good on the wiring. Now for this one, I think I'm actually gonna leave the wires a little longer, although we'll put some heat shrink on it, but I'll leave the wires a little longer, and that'll allow this to bend out of the way a little easier. What's your best guess of the percent of people only watching because of Charlie? I would say at least 80%. I would say at least 80%, and thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. Blue low, white high. So we need to figure out what is what on here. Does it actually say on top of the board? Of course not. Does it say on the bottom of the board? I can't really see. It does not. Okay, let's look for some documentation. Apparently it's not the same. Someone said it's not the same. Let's look for some documentation. So this is for someone who is asking what the wire is. Oh, I need my keyboard. Since I'm here, here's the wire I'm using, the chain flex. What are called the connectors for the power on the U2C? Needs a specific crimper. So are you talking about these guys? So these are like bootlace ferrules, is one word for them. They come in packages kind of like this. And there is a crimper for those. There's a couple of styles, but it's these. This is a 4, this is a 6. I don't know which is better, but that's what Crimp says. Hi, Haley. When you heat shrink the tube, put the bend in it first, then heat it, and you should form and keep that bend. Yep. By the way, thanks, Steve. I just picked up the Knipex 150s the other day. I'm looking at an ES15 here, killing my wallet. Perfect. I watched First Charlie Sleeps. Square, Hex, and some other. Wife is concerned for Charlie's well-being. He hasn't moved all stream and needs scritches. Oh, he sleeps a long time. He's an old man. He sleeps a lot. More than usual for a cat. Square usually for screw terminals. Can you look up how many viewers came 1 hour later online? I can look at that. I think I can see that after stream. Maybe there's a viewer activity here. No. Analytics. Concurrent viewers. No. I think it's just showing... Oh, this is showing people. At the... It wasn't too bad. Here, let me... Can I actually... This isn't going to be... Here, let's just do this. Here. This is the 1 hour mark. So we actually got a little bit of a dip right there at 11. But it's been a pretty consistent viewer numbers. So... Where are we at? Oh, 2 minutes. We're not going to get this crimped. We'll do this. That's after the giveaway. 2 minutes to the stepper motor and then filament giveaways. Let's see. Scott, thanks for the gift of memberships. OG screen record, yes. Depends on the terminals it's going into. Use hex where they're going into round holes, and the 4 when it's going into a square hole. Got it. Hey, Marcel. Any opinions on the Ender or CR30? No, but Pooch at Repcord is close by, and I've visited a couple of times. He does a lot of really cool stuff with those. If I had space, I'd think about trying to obtain one, but I don't really have a good spot or even a good wall to hang one on. I'd like to print a drag racer on it. What did I say at 11? I thought I was gonna get a boost in viewers at 11 because of the time change. People not realizing that I start an hour earlier for any place that doesn't observe daylight savings times or daylight savings times at this time, because it's different. Depends on where you are. I ordered a laser thermometer. I'm gonna experiment with the temps of the hardened nozzle of the XG. So my temps on that, Andrew, I put an actual thermocouple down the throat of the hot end all the way to the tip of the nozzle. And did my measurements that way. That's how I could tell the exact temperature differential. I could move that thermocouple within that 5 millimeter window or whatever and get a 25C change. Let's see. Well, it is time. It is time, so I might have missed some chats, but we need to get on here. So I am going to close the Polymaker filament listing first, and I'm going to close it when we haven't had a response in 3 seconds. So we're going to go 3 and 2, and links are in the description, and 1, and no responses. So I'm going to close the Polymaker one. It's closed. So the stepper motor one, I'm going to close. Almost the exact same number of responses for each. In 3 seconds. So 3 and 2 and 1, and everybody must be in that wants to be in. So both of them are closed. Uh-oh. Sorry, Paul. Here. They are both open. They are both open for 10 seconds. 10 seconds, they are open. I will not do this once I've copied stuff, but 10 seconds, they are open. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I'm closing them. I've given everybody every chance. And I'm going to do the 3-second thing. So 3, 2, 1. Polymaker's closed. 3, 2, 1. So 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Closed. Okay. Nobody can say I didn't give a chance. So we'll do the Polymaker one first. Let me copy this over. It's been 3 seconds since the last incident. Exactly. Andrew was the very first entry. And who got the last entry? Someone starting with the letter E. Okay, copy that. We are going to the brand new holiday appropriate Wheel of Names. So I am so sorry, but I don't remember the name of the person who sent this to me at the beginning of stream. I've too many things going on, but thank you very much. Let me paste that in. If you can mention if it was you, I want to remember that. I just didn't process it well when you posted that to me. So I as soon as you say something, there we go. Star Rose, you did this, right? A Patty Charlie. Is that right, Star Rose? Am I remembering correct? Yes, thank you. Like I said, I didn't process that, so I wasn't sure I remembered. Actually, I'm gonna need my... Okay, so we have our entries. This is the Polymaker Filament roll. What do we have? St. Patrick's Day is on the 17th. Is that correct? I hope so. Let's go a number between 1 and 17. One and 17. One and 17. So what do we got here? 1 and 17. I'm seeing a lot of 12s. So let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now I know I can spam this, but I like to see the actual thing change when I click it. So let's go. Polymaker Filament. We are spinning. This is how you make a dizzy or drunk Charlie, right? This is Polymaker. Jimmy Young. Jimmy Young? Is that how you say that? Congratulations. Oh, I need a timer. You get an extra few seconds. You gotta be here. You gotta say something in chat. It is okay for everybody to be chatting. It's engagement. Somebody will see them. Jimmy Young, I saw you. I saw you type. Good job. Awesome. Congratulations. That was quick. Let me cancel my timer. Yep, I saw you. Let's copy this and paste it here and make sure we have what looks like a good email address. We do. Is it pronounced win? Awesome, congratulations. That is, depending on your region, if you're in the US or Canada, you'll get a coupon. It'll be a $35 coupon for the Polymaker store and then a free shipping coupon. If you're outside the US and Canada, you will get get to select a roll of filament. Win? Win? Awesome. Close that. Delete. And let me grab the, so now it's the stepper motor. So let me grab the sheet. We have a wee win at work. So you will receive an email from me with a link to a form, and just make sure that you follow the directions on that form. Spinning looked a bit smoother with the new PC. I should start up Fusion 360 and see if I get any jittering. Let's see, Tuxedo was the first entry on this one. And starts with an N was the last one. Copy, paste. Need to mention spinning looked a bit, oh yeah. Okay, so what is today? The 12th, let's just go a number between 1 and 12. 1 and 12, to shuffle it. This is for the LDO steppers. Yeah, this computer is an order of magnitude faster than the laptop. So I'm excited to hopefully eliminate sources of potential problems. Just extra connections and that. Okay, and between 1 and 12, it looks like, oh, we got PXN and 6. Okay, since you used your milestone chat 6, we got to go with 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I saw another milestone chat there. You were just not the first one I saw there, Nano. Thank you though. Here, let's go 7 and split the difference. It was between 6 and 8, so we'll go 7. Spin it. This is for the stepper motors. We are going to start a timer, and the winner is Dougal. Dougal! Congratulations, are you here? You got 2 minutes. This is a Micron stepper motor kit. And this is courtesy of LDO, and you will get an email from Jason at LDO. If you are here, Dougal. Let's see, keeping an eye. Are you here? Must be present to win. Always do them at the same time though. That's my compromise. I like the person to be here. Dougal, are you here? You got a minute. You got a minute left. Let's see, do I still have some? I still have a little bit of coffee. That's okay. We've had folks be here when they weren't taggable, so now they might be getting a sandwich, but do you have a Discord server set up yet? It's not configured. I have overextended myself the last couple of weeks, the last few weeks. I'm trying to get caught up. So that's one of the things that's just gonna have to sit aside because I have other things that are really, hey, there you are. Told ya. Dougal, you're even a member. Congratulations. Let me cancel this. You had 30 seconds when you chimed in. Awesome. Let me get this. Like I said, you will receive a email from, let me make sure we got a good email address. Ooh, I haven't seen Hotmail in a while. We are good. Congratulations. Congratulations to both winners, and big thanks to both Polymaker and LDO. It is nice when I get an opportunity to do these, but yes. Okay, let's close that. And now we are back to, I think, Big Tree Tech's GitHub. So, congratulations. Hotmail wants to be the new hot stuff. But we don't have 2001 anymore. This part of the stream was always laggy in the past, but now it seems much, much better. Here, let's start up Fusion 360. Let's start up Fusion 360 this way, because I don't know what page it's gonna start up to. Let's see if I'm gonna kind of, I don't dance. This is the most I get to dancing. Let's see if we see any jittering in the video, because when I was starting it up before, the frame rate went down, right? So Fusion is starting. I had to close it on another computer I have it on. So just do some movement here, and it's going to open up on this other screen anyway. Let's see, where are we going to end up? Let's see. I'm going to show you what I am working on since we're opening this here. Was that smooth? It opened up. It was when it was booting, so it looks good. Yeah. This is what I'm working on. This is what I'm building. Hey, Hard K, welcome. No drop frames, awesome. Yeah, and this is what I'm going to build for what I'm currently building for my CNC table. So just some half lap joints. I'm using kind of prettied up 2x4s. I did planing them and jointing them. So. And then this top will be a torsion box. So this is basically what it'll look like. So yeah. Anyway, I am going to be cutting the top. This is the whole reason I bought the track saw is for stuff like this. So, and this project was the excuse, because you need a project as an excuse for a tool, right? So, anyway, and close that down. Yes, I will, Jack. I didn't model them in, but I will have some cross bracing on there. On the back, I'll probably put 245s on the, going forward and then going along the back. So I agree. It probably needs it, and it'll just help. Yeah. I don't want to add sides because I want to I'm going to build some drawers into it later and stuff like that. Unpin the giveaway. Thanks for the reminder. Unpin. The torsion box will be MDF. It'll be, I have a sheet of 3/4 inch MDF that I was going to use for the top on the other table. That'll be the cross bracing, and then some 1/2 inch MDF for the top and bottom. Yeah. Hey, Dutch dude, welcome. Here, let me go in and remove the giveaway links from the description. I am pleased. That was a good test of the system performance. If I do any domino type stuff, it's not going to be with a Festool domino. Those things are freaking expensive. Torsion box is just a wood frame. It's just going to be a wood frame. So. What do we got? Watching number. Oh, we're still doing good. We're at 340 people. It's dropping, but it's not too bad. Nope, Charlie's up. I am the domino. You are. Had to set up my LDO super steppers. Nice. Okay. we are looking for, and I'm sorry, I clapped, and that was probably loud. We're looking for, I think if we go to the EBB, is there, where do they hide the CAN to USB stuff? Is it in here? What are you using for jointing the legs to the table? Just half lap joints with some screws and glue. The clap got filtered, good. Where do they hide? Let's see, do they call this a, let's see. See, I changed my, I did remember to change to a blank page. BTTU2C GitHub. Let's see if that comes up. Yep. Here we are. So I'm imagining the top two are CAN low and CAN high, and the bottom are ground and VIN. But and Charlie wants out. You're right. Good job. Okay, let's use this info here. Since it's not marked, we're going to test with a multimeter which one, how this orientation is. Hi Isaiah, you missed the giveaway by a few minutes. I'm gonna test that orientation and go from there, and then use the rest of this. CAN low is gonna be on the left, CAN high is on the right. I suspect it's the top two. If we look at this, I suspect it's the top two, but we'll do a quick test here with the multimeter. Look at the traces on the board. Yes, you're right, but I don't want to pull it off of there. So let's just do this, and we should be able to go from ground, which should be there, and then we should be able to figure out which one is ground. Yep. That one there. So the bottom left, and if we look at this, it is the bottom left as we're looking at it is ground. So the one next to it is going to be voltage in, and then the one above ground is going to be CAN low. So that'll be blue. Blue above ground on the bottom left. So yeah. So I'm going to turn this way. Maybe I can shift this over here. Is that good? Yeah. And then this is going to go right in there. But I'm going to leave these somewhat long, the stripped portion of this, and that way it'll be a little more flexible at the end here. Reverse the high and low. Well, I'll just follow the labeling here, right? You don't have to cross them, right? You just more flex in the chain flex, yep. You don't have to cross high and low, right? Yeah, you just connect them to what they should be. Someone, I mean, you had me questioning myself there. We're gonna do the same thing, I think. So I'm gonna basically make this long enough to where I'm gonna cut these wires to where the heat shrink is still effective. I'll find my wires. Here we are. Don't need to cross and CAN. Yeah, I didn't think so, but it had me second guessing myself. Okay, so there's that connector. What I missed when I napped, you were just finishing up the second crimp for the bend on the tool head side. I probably had to redo it, depending on if you were here for that. going to use their microfit pins. So one, can low is the one on top of ground, yep. And can high is pin on top of VCC, yep. That matches what I just figured. So we are going to put the heat shrink up. We're going to expand it a little bit because it needs a little bit of expansion in order to fit on that, over that microfit connector. So now I'll put it on this side. That way I don't forget. So nobody needs to remind me about heat shrink because it's on there. And then how long is this going to need to be? That to that. I'm going to cut just a little bit off of these. Probably that much. Cannels and pin. Okay. So this is going to go right there. So ground on the bottom. So these two and these two. Perfect. Charlie wants in. Okay. I think for my ergonomics, it's going to be easier to hold it this way. So now we'll get everything stripped and crimped. What do I got in the way over here? There we go. Where's the crimping shirt? Well, it was more appropriate to wear the St. Patty's Day shirt. So that's what I went with. You need special drivers for sensorless homing. 2209 support sensorless homing. 2208s do not. 2130s do. 5160s do. You just need something that supports it. This grade I have M8P CB1 in the same can. The Manta, do you know what version? This is the 1.0. There are, this is the 1.0. So if, I don't know if there, I know you commented on some of them frying. We'll find out. Okay, bottom ground. So this one we'll crimp first. We're going to crimp it in that orientation. This is nice. This is a little easier to manage than the orientation than the tool head was. I got mixed up on the tool head. So then this one is voltage in. The 1.1, the next version of this M8P has CAN built in. This one does not. And one more. Okay, so now the connector, so the bottom, so we have enough wire here, I can just connect these. So the bottom left is ground. The bottom right is VN. Can low is blue, that's the one above ground. And can high is white. Those are all fully inserted. We're good. Is the can on the 1.1 wired to the STM32 chip or the CB1 CM4? I don't know. Okay, now we can put this. We're going to do just the same thing I did on the other one and just heat shrink that right there. And then when it's warm, here comes a visitor. Oh. Here he comes, he's gonna jump. There we go. That board doesn't have the RJ45 connector. No, they claim to have CAN on the RJ45, but I never tested on mine. This is network. This is the network for the CB1 compute module for. This doesn't have any of the CAN stuff built in. Okay, let me do this, Charlie. Now I want this to kind of put it in place, that way that when that heat shrink cools down, it'll kind of be formed. There we go. That's plugged in. This is just gonna kind of get pushed off to the side with the skirt. That's fine. The Manta 3 EZ does also. Using an ODE stepper driver on the CAN bus toolhead PCB. Oh, shoot. He is terrible. He has been terrible lately with getting litter on his feet. I liked it back when we could hear the heat gun. I didn't change anything. Did it suddenly revert to the old ways? Will the high voltage mess with the CAN bus? I'm running it away. I mean, it's close to this, but it's not going near all these wires. That's why I ran it away over here. Is this your first printer without a Raspberry Pi? Sort of. I do have one of my V2s running RepRap firmware on a Duet Mini 5 Plus. So. PJ, we did a giveaway. Same time as any day. Except the time change does screw things up, but that cable head shielding, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. So we'll find out if I have trouble or not. If I don't speak, it filters, yeah. I'm just letting Charlie get some pets in right now. What mount do you use for the U2C? I need to mount a Mellow one in my Trident. So most of the U2Cs use the same mount. We are about to publish a collection of mounts, and that's one of them. I just need to upload them to a new GitHub repository that we're setting up. If you need something, if you want it before that, feel free to DM me. I've already sent out the Manta one to somebody, but they will be. There's going to be a parts repository for things like the DIN mounts that are shared across printers. Can add aluminum tape to reduce noise to any area. Yeah, if I have any trouble, I'll troubleshoot that. Okay, across CAN high and low, we need 60 ohms, right? So let's do that before we forget. In order for CAN to work right, we need 60 ohms to be across CAN high or low, and we may need to put the jumper on the tool head to do that. So let me put Charlie down. Will there be things like CAN bus guides on this new repo? So it's not a guides thing. It's really, right now it's intended to be parts. So see if he will settle down. Okay, so let's break out the multimeter again. Oops, I had put it away on. So if we put this here, there we go. And we want ohms. And we are just going to measure across CAN high and low, which are these two pins. And we should, right now we're at 49 kilo ohms. Shouldn't we be, oh, it's not plugged in. Okay, let's plug in the tool head. Okay, now we will measure, and we're probably gonna get 120 ohms, I'm guessing. No, why isn't that? Shouldn't we just get that across there? Why are we getting so high? What am I missing? What am I missing? Looked it up. CAN is wired to the STM32, not the CB. So you'd still use U2C if you don't want to use clip or CAN bridge. Shouldn't I should be able to measure across these, and it looks like I'm getting 24 kilo ohms. Let me see. I know there's going to need to be a jumper on this, right on the pins coming out of the microfit. I can't really get to those anymore, but it should be the same. Where are the jumpers? Okay, small jumper. Plug the bridge on the U2C board. Should be 60 ohms. Let me plug the jumper in on the tool head here and see what we end up getting. Okay, and I mean, high and low should all be connected together. So it should be, oh, so now we're at 120 ohms. So now we need, okay, so I plugged the jumper in on the tool head board and we're at 120 ohms. Now we need one more jumper on the U2C here, which is gonna be, which one? It's right here according to this diagram here. Oh. Yeah, it's this guy right here. You can't really see. So let's jumper that, and that's another one of those small jumpers. So now with both of those in place, we should get the 60 ohms that we want. There we go, 60 ohms. Perfect. TJ Natty, I just realized if I ever do merch, perfect could be on there because I probably say it way too much. Okay, now I got a pile of connectors. The last connection, right, is before we go in and start configuring things. That should work. There we go. There we go. Yuri mode, yes. Yuri mode. The last connection we need to make is, and I should have just stayed over here. We need to connect the signal side of the heater, and I'm just going to go to one of the hot end outputs here because that'll be easy to wire up and crimp. So it's somewhere around 80 ohms on a 500 meter run at work, still function properly. Yeah. Oh, and we need to put in the USB cable, and then we can fire it up. So one thing I did do here is since I had to do some work here, I unplugged one of my heater wires. So that'll stay unplugged until we're done configuring it. I don't want to hook up heaters on first configuration. Same here, we're gonna run these wires, but I'm gonna leave the signal wire off. So, okay, let me get some wire. Let me get some miscellaneous wire. What do I want to run for this? It doesn't need to be anything heavy gauge. I'd rather use like a, where did I put any of that? Let's see. For ease of crimping, I'm going to use heavier gauge wire than I need. I'm going to use much heavier gauge wire than I need. This is just a signal wire. However, for ease of crimping, is why I'm using this heavier gauge. So this is going to go like this, and then over here, so that's probably enough wire right there. And I have a whole bag of this bonded together silicone wire. It's the same stuff I think we used for other parts of the harness. The bed is AC, yep. That's the SSR here is for the AC bed. So now we'll get this split and run it there, which means I need a couple of, oh, and I just spilled all of my terminals on the ground. Did you connect the Wi-Fi antenna to the Pi? No, I haven't yet, but thanks for the reminder. I do need to do that. Yeah, so we spent a lot of time, Jack, on proper grounds and checking to make sure everything was in the correct spots. We have, if you can notice, there is a ground going to the mount here on the SSR. We have ground going to the power supply. We have ground going to the bed, which is grounding the frame. So, okay. So we have some 18 gauge, which, like I said, this is signal wire. It's way overkill for signal wire, but I don't have these fork terminals that work well for smaller gauge wire. So this is labeled on here. This is the positive side. This is the negative side. We're gonna maintain that. We're gonna maintain that setup. I am grounded. Positive side, so that determines what way I put the terminal. Tug test passed. The detail in your builds increase significantly on bonds. Trying to. I mean, it's proper, right? I gotta try to do things properly. Okay, I'm gonna get this out of the way for a second here. So that's gonna go there. Let's do 1. And 2. And then I'm going to bend these down a little bit just to get them out of the way. U2C that's going to go here. There. Actually, we can move. Oh, we might not be able to move that. We'll shift things around when we're done here. I don't know where some of this came from. I thought SSRs were incredibly noisy from an RF's perspective. We'll find out. The filtered power inlet is good. The meanwhiles usually have one built in, but also for the SSR filter. Yep, we will find out. Hopefully I don't have any issues. Oops. Let's do this again. I want this to come around this way. And then here. There. And then it's going to go into these zip ties that I'd already put in. So let's undo those and replace them. Can handle some interference. Can. Okay. Oh, and we have a label. We have a label. Someone almost let me forget the heater bed label. Not that it matters. It's kind of an obvious. Oh, and it might not fit over these. Okay, let's stretch it. Let's stretch it. There we go. Well, I'm plugging it into a non-standard spot on here, so it is a good idea to label this. What is that plugged into the extruder output? Why, it's another heater. It's just the bed. There we go. Now this is going to go here. Okay, follow that. Modbot, Daniel, welcome. How's the little one? Everyone doing well, I hope. Thank you for stopping by. I can imagine you are probably sleep deprived. They're doing awesome. He's always hungry, of course. Very good. Will you be printing a wiring diagram on the bottom panel? I was planning on it. I need to test because it really worked well for the solid fork because they provided a nice black and white high contrast image to use. I need to try to see how the other one does. But did anybody catch my typo in the description for the giveaways? Nobody mentioned it, so I'm a little disappointed. I put that we were giving away the LDO Micron Stepper Morat kit. Did anybody catch that? Speaking of solid fork and laser etch panels, that's the one that had Morat on it. Oh, John mentioned it? Awesome. Perfect. I missed that, but I'm glad. Okay, I'm going to use this end. Thanks for the tip from past stream for how to remove old heat inserts to reuse. Awesome. John did. Perfect. I can always count on John for that, right? Okay, let's cut just a little bit off here, and then we'll put a couple of bootlace ferrules on the end here, and we will be good. So that's gonna wrap around. I'm gonna pull this off and redo this. There we go. Oop. This is gonna go right like that. There. Hey, Modbot, thank you. Happy Sunday. Excited to see this little beast printing. So am I. We are making progress. We are three streams into wiring, but I mean, look how clean this is. We've been spending some time, and I'm hoping it's showing. I need to be able to see this. I don't want to accidentally cut the... So in the end, it's a canified Tiny 2.4. Yep. Okay. Twist these, grab my barrels. 18 gauge is red. Grab 2 red ones. One, space is really tight under there. I may need to rethink if I really want to build a 150 size one. It is tight, and it would be really tough if I didn't have this integrated controller. Okay. Oh wait, we turn it on in about 5 minutes. Yeah, I think we're turning it on here. So I am going to go ahead and connect the, and I remember I cut the last thing off the end of these to make it so it inserts completely into the connector, but we are going to turn it on here. So I'm only going to plug in the one side of this. The signal side is the ground, the black side. This is a tough, tight fit here. So that's completely loose. Come on. There we go. Okay, so that one, we're gonna leave the signal side loose for right now. Just getting that off out of the way. Let's see, where are we at? For UTC plus MCU plus pi combination, you have to be very creative with finding the space for it. Yep. That controller took up the area on the back of my V0 when it converted to a Tri-Zero. Yeah, I can imagine. Obi-Wan Kenobi, thank you. Congrats on wiring done. I'll be wiring my K3 soon. Awesome. Just see you, Modbot. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Okay. Visual checks. We have power. Okay, let's check. I mean, we need to put on our rear skirts so we have an outlet. We have all of our power here. So our ground bus, our live bus, and our neutral bus. And we went over last stream, so I'm not going to go over in detail the AC side of this because we're pretty confident we went over that a couple of times. This is, make sure we have the positive side of the power supply, and this is the negative side. So those are going, one of these goes to the U2C to ground it. One of these goes to the Manta M8P to ground it. The U2C is getting positive power from one of the heater outputs. That way it's fused. So now we're fusing it off of the M8P for the U2C. This is negative and positive for power. We don't need to jump any because we're not doing anything else. We're not using the bed output. If we were using the bed output, we'd have to have bed power here. And we're not using the alternate motor power. So all the jumpers are already set to use the VN for stepper power. This is disconnected. I think we are ready to power it up. Now I'm going to power this up. We do have a USB to CAN board. That's this guy right here. We do need to plug in the USB cable though. USB cable and Wi-Fi antenna. So we need USB and then, you're right, Wi-Fi cable. Where did the Wi-Fi cable go? It should be here in the box. There. So let's carefully plug in the Wi-Fi cable. And I'm not going to actually attach this anywhere yet. I'm just going to plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in. I'm going to take something to push down on the top here. Line it up. I want something other than that. What can I use to push on that? It's a little, aha. I'm going to use, so some of these screwdrivers come with a little rubber cap. I'm going to use that on something that it fits better on. There we go. Little rubber cap, just so I don't accidentally bump it out of the way. There we go. Now that's in. This can just kind of set off to the side. It'll be fine. And then USB. So use the bottom port here. And then I think I can shift this U2C over, and that's just going to help this cabling. And then we're going to loop this around like that. And plug this in. Now we're going to USB-C right into the end. There. So USB is there, USB is there. We have access to our two SD cards. One goes here, one goes here. Are the power plug and switch MIA? No, they need to be plugged in next. In order for us to get anywhere, we are gonna need to plug that in. I'm almost there. I mean, I stand here for 5 hours and it still asks, it tells me I need to stand every hour. Okay, we wired up the power inlet a while back. There are, so this is Hardk's design for the skirts. I went with this instead of the hexes. There are some of these little printed inserts to give a cool little accent color. This one is wrong, so let's get this set up because I don't want to take this out again. So we need to glue those into place. So some of them that are out there are only 0.4 millimeters thick, like this one. Some of them are 1 millimeter thick. Now I printed out ones that are all 1 millimeter thick. That is the wrong side. So these are also different per side. That's the wrong one. That is the right one. Okay, so we have these. Kapton over UTC and aluminum tape over that might help. You know, I know it's just, yeah, I realize that it's not detecting the right movements. Are you adding lights? Because I'm curious if you're going to have the same issue I did, flickering. I was not planning on it during the build series. Just having dinner, just came in. Where can we find those files? Oh, these files? I think they're in the mods folders on the Micron repo. I think they are. We go here. We go to the Printers France Micron and go to the STLs. Is it in the STLs or is it in mods? Oops. Micron mods. And then Hardk. You want the Hardk mods and then the, is this it? 180 slotted skirts. Those are the files. So. Okay, now we're gonna glue this. I have a fresh bottle of super glue. So this is only gonna take a little tiny bit. Where are we at? 4 hours. We are going to keep going because I want to get configured. So I'm just gonna put tiny little drops in a few corners. Oh, that's starting to get a little. There, just little corners. And of course my activator's in the other garage because I was doing stuff with it over there. A little moisture in there. See if that helps. Okay, and we do the other side. Sure it's pushed into every corner. It is 24 volt. Yep. It's a UHP 200-24. UHP-200-24. I'm just making sure that these skirts stay glued. I don't want to pull this apart if I don't have to. Does your activator turn the plastic white? No, it doesn't seem to. I use the Bob's whatever. Bob Dively, or what is the name? I've never had it impact the plastic at all. Bob Smith Industries, thank you. That is exactly what I use. Okay, twist my wires. And let's get that installed. So we're going to go right here. And this, we are going to figure out where this all lines up. This goes here. And then we need to find our Nope, there it is. Let's see, I think these are all by 8s. So I'm going to put some of these in. Just barely tighten that screw in there. Are these? Yeah, I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4. Use star bond without using activator. I'm pre-installing the screws to hold the skirt in place. There it is. There we go, just a couple of threads in. And then I need a couple of the Z covers. These guys go on here. Let's go on there. Late to the party, what have I missed? Only a few things. And then I'm gonna set this here and put my wires into the Wagos. There, and a tug test. There, and a tug test. And one more. And a tug test. Now this can flip over, because this, the housing for the board gets in the way of getting to those Wagos. I'm going to line up all of the screws. And then this all just kind of flexes. Seems to need a little bit of flexing to fit in. There we go. Maybe this will work better. Loosen the screw just a little bit. Might need to just remove the screw on a couple of these. Yeah, these center ones don't seem to, unless I've got the wrong length of screw in there. Oh, yep, those went. There we go. Aha. Okay, I have got, is it a printed chain? Yes. I decided to go with the printed chain just to try it. It appears to be okay. I'm just gonna abandon those and get them to fall out when I'm done. I could have the wrong length of screws on these, I don't know. That seems to be working though. Okay, awesome. And of course I forgot a bunch of heat sets. There's heat sets that are needed in here, but I can do those later. Everything is on. Now, okay, I got the two that fell out. They're right here. Two that fell out recovered. Okay, catch up. It is a printed chain, yep. So these are in the Micron files. Maybe use a bot chain and print the clips in yellow. Could, but I think this is fine. I mean, I'll use it until it doesn't work, until it's a problem. Power switch is also on. It is. Now it's off. Thank you. Okay. That is, I'd say that's fairly clean. I'm pleased. Now I'm using a power supply that worked in a printer for a year. So I know the power supply is good. I know it outputs a good voltage. So at this point, we are ready to set it up. Now I don't have the tool headboard on. I'm gonna leave it unplugged for right now. We'll get the Manta M8P set up, and with mainsail or fluid or whatever the CB1 image comes with. So, yep, the orange 250 Trident is no more. It's now a Tridex. Okay. Let's do this. Let's look up the instructions for flashing this, because this will only be the second time I've done this. I'm going to use a pre-made image. Sounds like it's mainsails. Okay. We are going to go to the M8P, I believe. Nope, that's the EBB. That's that one. Where did I have the... Oh, that's U2C. Here it is. Andres. Thank you. Top. What's top? 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 I'm drawing a blank. Should be quick. It'll be done in a flash. Okay, let's go to the manual. Which one? Yep, this one. So let's go here. Super. Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Save that. And we'll save that in the Micron folder and open it. Okay. So we have the 1.0 and 1.1. So I think we want the CB1 setup steps. So we're gonna go straight here. So we're gonna download an OS image from CB1 releases. Let's see, that appears, the hovered over link in the bottom corner of my page indicates it is going to github.com. So I'm gonna click on that. And this is the CB1, and this is the releases page. And this would be the latest one, which was published last week. I do not use whatever, K, the K thing. Really wanted to see M8P wiring. My Mantas fought me every step of the way, and now they are paperweights. I have more Mantas on the way. So we are going to download this one. So what is the differences here? Debian 11 minimal clipper. Okay, so we're gonna do clipper, and we're gonna grab this one. That's just the SHA file. grab this. And it is going to download. I do not have the Raspberry Pi installer installed on here. I could use some Kahlua. Clipper install and upgrade helper. Thank you. I personally have a preference not to use that. I prefer, and you've seen me do this, I prefer manual processes. I prefer, because I can find documentation for that. I don't get reliant on something that someone else has put together to script things for me. If I can do the process going through it manually, I think I prefer that. And I think I prefer, in general, showing you that process. Because if that goes away, then you still have some way to do it. So, and I'm seeing someone say you can't even use that with CB1. So, Raspberry Pi Imager. Hey, Raspberry Pi software. I'm not saying I'm not a fan of it. I don't use it just because I prefer manual processes. I think it's useful and it's been works very well for people, but I prefer the manual processes. Only the Pi CM can use the Raspberry Pi Imager? Didn't they just have? Here, let me see. Let me go back here. It says Big Tree Tech CB1 update image. Download and install the Raspberry Pi. The system image of CB1 can also be written with this software. We're going to follow their instructions. If we run into a problem, we'll shift gears. But the Big Tree Check is saying we can do it. Now we may have to use like Balena Etcher or something instead, but let's try. Download for Windows. This is a new computer. I mean, I wiped it completely and then reset it up for streaming. I do have a CM4 thanks to Obi-Wan Kenobi. I may end up putting a CM4 in this printer so I can run a DSi touchscreen. It works. I did it. Okay. Looks like, okay. Open file. Yes. Install. It's just doing the install. And we're going to run it and finish. Okay, here we are. This is ran. The image is still downloading. So I have, while that's downloading, I had intended, and I'm just running out of time and resources to do it, but I intended to use this display on here. Nice little, I think this is a 3.5-inch display. It is HDMI touchscreen. It is capacitive, but I haven't gotten this to work yet. I have some help document from Waveshare on how to get this to work. So I just haven't had a chance to try that. And then I need to model a mount for it. But I'm using these little right angle PCB connectors to try to keep things low profile. I can get a display to come up. I can't get it to rotate yet. But I have some things to try. I just haven't had a chance to do it. So if I can get that to work on here, then this will stay as it is, and I'll use the CM4 on another system. So when I use the M8P on my switch wire, I followed their steps for the CB1, literally just had to flash the CB1 and the printer came to life. Yep. We'll go through the whole thing here. Where do you get them? So I bought these ribbon cables. These are, I bought these off of Amazon. However, Adafruit sells these and you can buy individual ends and then the cable individually and then piece together your setup. So I had to buy like 3 different things from Amazon to get the connectors I wanted. So a little micro HDMI on one end and a right angle HDMI here, and the correct right angle USB on this side, and same on this side. HDMI output on CB1 has specific instructions on. So my testing is just on a Pi 4 that I have here. This is the one that used to be in one of the printers. I don't remember. Oh, this was this is actually the one out of the Trivent. That's what I'm testing on. What type screen? I don't know exactly. It's a little here. It's actually a model, Waveshare, that says they don't make this anymore. It's an old model. But it's a 3.5 inch HDMI LCD H. You can't find, it doesn't show up on their online resources. And I asked them about that and they said it's theirs, it's just not out of production. BTT TFT 35 SPI. That's a resistive touchscreen, I believe. Eclipse. It's a SPI screen. It's not a DSI screen. And I don't think any of the SPI screens are capacitive touchscreens. So, okay. Let's go back to, since that, oh, the download is still going. I haven't wasted any time. Nice. The download's still going. You have capacitive touchscreen SPI screens? Okay. But I'm pretty sure the Big Tree Tech one is not capacitive, or it's not capacitive. I think it's resistive. If anybody knows differently, and I'm pretty sure I had asked them directly about that. Maybe it was Mellow I was talking to, or MakerBase. I do not like resistive touchscreens, even though that's what's on the positron right now, and it works okay, but I'm not a fan. There's a minor change in the clipper screen you have to do to rotate the screen. It's noted in the Fabrico Solid Fork Discord. The Big Tree Tech one is resistive. Yep, and I'm EMKS SPI screen. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. I told them that. And that's one of the big drawbacks of that that board that I use there is it doesn't, I mean, you have to use HDMI and then what GitHub do you upload to? Anything newer is going to my own GitHub, and that's linked in the description. Yeah, Resistive Touch has an additional layer that's a separate film. You have to actually, it detects the spot being pressed against the screen. The MKS TS35 screens are capacitive. I have some screen I got from them that's resistive when they sent me the board I used in the Solid Fork. Do you have your printing profiles for 2.4 published anywhere? They might be out on my GitHub. I did put the Enderwire profile out there. It's almost done. I use the BTT HDMI 7-inch screen on my Manta. Okay, that just finished. So we need an image disk. I bought a pile of inexpensive SD cards on. Okay, so SD card. And I need a reader. Okay. SD card and a reader. So we're going to choose the OS, and we should go down here to use custom, and then the CB1 open, and then we're going to choose our storage and use the card I just put in. Hope we don't burn the SD literally. I hope so too. Hope not. And settings here. So we're gonna set the host name. We're gonna call this Micron. And I think we wanna, is that right? It's password authentication, set username and password. Does all of this work when you do this? Or does the CB1 need, here, let's look at what the instructions say. Choose OS, here, let's follow their instructions. Custom, select the micro SD card and click write. But, okay, so they don't tell me to do any of these, but Kilo's saying it works. So I'd rather leave this consistent with the rest. I know it's not a Pi, but I'm gonna leave it consistent because my other machines are. Oh, don't do it, just leave it? Okay, let me follow the instructions. I think you're right. Can I, here, I'm gonna restart the session. I'm going to, oops. I'm going to redo this. So we're going to follow the instructions. I deviated. I shouldn't have. Let's choose custom CB1 open. I can always change some of that other stuff later. Choose that and write. That's what it says. All existing, yes. Yep. 5.4. Note, this setup can be skipped if you're using CB1 cannot directly use the Pi imager to set the Wi-Fi name. It's down here. It is writing. And the text file and boot after a generic burn. Yeah. I backtracked. I am pleased. All of that seems to be looking good. Hope the imager enabled SSH by default, or you have to connect a keyboard and a screen. I hope so. Found a quarter price mini PSU used for 24 volts for LEDs. Just be careful, some of those power supplies can get pretty cheap. It's not necessarily an area you want to cheap out on. Make sure it's a reliable brand. I got a BTT HDMI 5 screen on my 2.4, which is IPS capacitive touchscreen. For this build, I'm trying to stay with the smaller screen. A 4.3-inch wave share will fit fine, but I thought this felt a little more appropriate. If I could mount that similar to how it gets mounted on any of the other printers. Yeah, there's enough room for it to be centered and those cables still go back. Yeah. Just put an empty file called SSH in the boot partition. That usually works. We're going to go through it. I think it's just going to work. I don't think I need to worry about that. We're going to follow the Big Tree Tech instructions here. We will see. We will probably, because it is almost at almost 5 hours, we're probably going to get through getting this flashed, get the firmware up to date, go through all that stuff, and then probably call it till next week. I can always reflash, yep. Screen should be bigger than the print bed. I have plans to deliver the Enderwire to my friend today, so I don't want to go too ridiculously late, because I also want to work on that table I showed you. So I got a busy rest of the day. But we're on the home stretch, so I'll have to determine how much I think I can get done next week to see if next week is the last Micron stream. I want it to be complete and printing. So if that means an extra stream, that's okay. But also want to eat lunch. Well, yeah, I do pretty well when I hydrate. I drink. I mean, coffee for the first half, and then I have water. I feel like I do pretty well. My stomach is rumbling, but I'm not like feeling it. We'll see once we get it, if we run into any problems. See how hangry I might get. I flashed my Manta in CB1. It's nice. There's a USB boot option to power the Manta off of USB. I like more streams, more Charlie time. Well, there's always going to be streams. It's just a matter of what I'm covering. The occasional granola bar. This is true. I don't have any granola bars though, and I'm trying to reduce the carbs. Trying to reduce the carbs so we don't have granola bars in the house right now. Oh, I'm remiss. I forgot. Oh, we do have string cheese. Do have string cheese. That's funny because I found an empty bag from Haribo's on my wife's dresser the other day. So yes, the answer is yes. Can you send me a few pictures before you give the machine back? If you let me know what pictures you want, Ram Online. Is it Ram Online or Ramon Line? I'm reducing carbs. I haven't eliminated them. Oh, that's finished. Is it a product of carb reduction that beard hair grows more? This is honestly, I don't, it's not going to last through the summer. At the very earliest or longest, it's going in the summer. Okay, you can now remove the SD card from the reader. Okay, so we can close this. Now is our wait for it to finish. Note this setup can be skipped if you are using a network cable connection. We are not, so I'm gonna re-plug in the reader. We're gonna cancel. We do not want to format the disk. Maybe when the mini split is in, you can keep it. The mini split is scheduled. The install is scheduled. There's a chance it might happen tomorrow, but I doubt it because they would have called me. But the schedule is the 24th. So the 24th of this month, they are coming and installing mini splits in both garages. They're going to be the ceiling cassettes in both garages, a 12K unit here and a 24K unit there. It's going to be awesome. Having problems with Mark III bed on switchwire, getting heating errors when heating to ABS temps. PID tune done, increase max air to 150, check gain time to 120. Still getting problems? Heating gain one, still issues. Any advice? Is this who makes the bed? And are you feeding it 24 volts and all that good stuff? Is your current supply to it adequate? Do you have it at 100%? A lot of configurations, if you got it from Voron, might have it at throttling it down. Okay. CB1 cannot directly use the Pi imager to set the Wi-Fi name and password. We're going to go to system config. So let me bring up this is in boot. Is everything here good? Yes, everything is good. So we are going to go here and there is a system config file. We're going to edit this. Let me bring this over here. So you can stay cool while working with hot stuff. Yeah. Wouldn't the bigger unit in the printer room be better for all your printer heat? I don't notice that much. So system config, and then we're going to open and replace Wi-Fi SSD with your Wi-Fi name and password with your password. That is not what I wanted. So Wi-Fi What do we got here? SBNet, is that right? SBNet, yep. And then it's going to take a password. I'm not going to do that here. So we're going to look through anything else, whether to open Wi-Fi AP mode, all this stuff. This is just a access point to you set it up. Oh, it's false. Okay, it's not set up. BTT pad 7 off, touch vibration off, touch sound off. Okay. Is it okay to do firmware install on bench with no peripherals plugged in? Yes. In fact, I'm going to be setting up a test bench so I can start showing controllers and stuff without having to actually put them in a printer. And then this Wi-Fi password I'm going to do off screen. And save that. Okay, so that is done. Remember to not share your Wi-Fi and password. Yeah, the name I didn't worry about it, but the password's different. Charlie Cuddler 2008. Configure the motherboard. SSH connect. Oh, I guess so. At this point, we plug it in. FBI van hate. The host name can be set in that file. Oh, it could? Let me look. I want it different. If it can be set in there. Let me look at it. I'm gonna have to look at it off camera, and we'll, just in case it opens on camera, I need to system config, edit, the host name. Where does it say Wi-Fi name, Wi-Fi password? It doesn't have a section already here. Is there something, is it documented? If it's not documented, oh, there it is. Okay, here. Let's do this. Whoop. I just won't scroll far enough down. Here, right here. So it's right here. We can get rid of the comment, host name, and I'm gonna change it. Good job. Micron. So you can just run in PuTTY and change your host name too. Yeah, that's fine. So this is where it can. You just uncomment this line, I believe, and then we can save this. Now I think we can plug it in and go. Because that's what it says here. Now, that was undocumented. We went off script just slightly. That's okay. So my card, my computer is right here, right below me, and there's a front panel USB, so that'll be convenient. Okay. Which one of these is the, oh, that's why. Let's put it on this side. Which one of these is the MC or the CB1 SD card? Does it say? Let's see how we find out. Where was the, that's the U2C. Let me get rid of some of these windows I no longer need. I'm gonna leave that one up. This is the Manta. Oh, this is, let's go to the interface. The one under the CB1. CB1 SD is next to the power supply. The power supply is on this side. Oh, it's right here. Let's see if it says somewhere in here. Oh, I'm not actually showing you. I mean, yeah, all I'm doing is scrolling, but I want to find the indicator here. USB. Doesn't say here. Does it say here? No. Oh, this I think says, let me zoom in here. MCU card, SoC card. So the SoC card is the, should be the one, right? This one here. SoC card, MCU card. So I think it's this one. Yep. Okay. Let's see if there's any other. I'm installing the core board. Voltage CNC fans. BL touch. I just want to see if there's anything that actually says. Yeah, it doesn't really say. Micro. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't actually say anywhere. Okay. SoC is a pi, yep. So it is going to go in here on the end. So just wanted to confirm, see if there, I mean, that was an image that we inferred from where it goes, but I was hoping there would be an actual label. So that goes right there. Now I think we're ready to power it on. Just in case there's a smoke show, I guess I'll power it on with it sitting right there. I think the new E3EZ is a great fit for Trident solid fork build since you only need 5 steppers with CAN. And it's, I asked a question on what controller setup for my Mercury 1.1. And the intent is I'm going to be using that E3EZ, the Manta E3EZ on that with a CAN board and everything. So plugged in. Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit. Maybe zoom out just a hair, just so we get a good look. Let's power it on. Hopefully no smoke. Power. Okay, we got a light. Are there any other lights we should have? Just don't rip the SD card off, yeah. Okay, we got some network activity lights popped up. We got a light on our green light on the U2C. Let's see if things are showing up. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we can see if it's showing up by host name. Try out the new Octopus E3EZ once ordered it. It's supposed to be released, but still hasn't shipped. No smoke. CB1 lights hidden under the heatsink. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't see any angle on them. Okay, so we're still gonna want that screen. Let's go here. Let's go Micron, local. Let's see what happens. Wait for solid. I don't know that we'll actually get anywhere yet. Yeah, it could take a while. I agree. I just figured I'd check. I can't look in at an angle and see any of the lights that might be on there. Let's just go here. Let me see, now that I have proper home network, I can check my device list. Yeah. Let's see here. Home control. Unify. Devices and wireless. So I have a lot of devices. I don't see anything yet. Green light blinking? Did you see it? Where do you see a green light blinking? Oh, the ether. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see if it's showing up here. Yep, it showed up. Nice. It is showing up on my network. So let's see. We can get there. Hey, hey. Clipper reports an error. No way. We have a working setup. Look at the green blinking light. Yep. First try with Wi-Fi. Yeah, the 2.2 version of that board is supposed to be better. I have here, I think this is a, can't read that. I have a 2.1 here that I'm going to repair. It doesn't, Wi-Fi does not work well on it, but you can repair those. The little 3.3 volt regulator on them is bad. Okay, let's go through our normal stuff here. Now we don't have a configuration here, but I want to start. Let's see if we can refresh the update manager. See if it'll refresh. Yes, that's how I understand it, DJ Natty. And I have them. I ordered them from DigiKey. I just haven't gotten in there under magnification and replaced it. Letting this refresh. Is that an ESP? I don't know. This takes a while to refresh. There's lots of stuff in there. It should still, I think, shouldn't it still show me something? I know it wants a printer config. There is a printer config. Oh, there's no there's no firmware on the MCU. I don't even have the MCU SD card in there. Wow. I guess I shouldn't say. I don't know what it might have come with, but the update manager should work. We're just waiting. Let's wait for this to refresh. Can you connect to it via SSH and see if you can ping a DNS domain name to check if DNS is working? Saw that on some units. Oh, interesting. We can do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's go. Oh, no, it finally got there. It finally got there. So we are good to OS packages say it's up to date. Nice. I don't know what some of this other stuff is. Let's go. Yeah, you'll have to flash that Manta. Pretty sure mine had nothing on it when I checked before I flashed it. Okay. Okay, mainsail finished. I have not had luck hitting the update all button. Has anybody else? Should that work? Update Moonraker. Don't update Clipper Screen. I'm not using Clipper Screen. I'll probably remove it from the, at least not using it now. Update all works for, oh. Last time I tried it, maybe it's just at some point and then I got scared of it. Try again. Well. Okay. And then Clipper. There's a new Clipper Screen build that's working fine. We're just going to go through all the things. I don't know what this mainsail config thing is, but... Okay, we're not using Clipper Screen. I don't know what this is, but I don't like things sitting there unupdated, so... Just go through and making sure everything is there. And you were saying, someone was saying Clipper Screen should be fine. It's one bug with serial or whatever the Clipper Screen had, but I disabled the service anyway. Well, let's just do it. Make it all up to date. We'll see if we have any problems from it. I'm not actually using it yet, so it won't really matter, but at least it'll all say updated. Up to date. How's the new setup? Seems to be great. I started up Fusion 360 and it didn't even stutter the cameras. The wheel of names is smooth. New setup I'm happy with. Oh, there goes Charlie. Still streaming, so I was assuming so. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so now everything is up to date. So let's do a reboot. Now we will get... Oh, there he wants out. Try again. See how long it takes. Connecting. Does config instruction say anything about that? Include generic? Oh, probably not. We'll look at what those files are. Throwing Thunderbolt on Windows out of the equation is a thing to have a stable setup. That's kind of the point. When I had 2 crashes during screen that was completely disruptive to the stream, I meant to say stream. That's when I started thinking I gotta figure this out. What can I do do I need to buy another cable? Am I having a connection problem? Is it the little port on the laptop that's going iffy? It ended up just making more sense to put a desktop here. Okay, we are back in. It is looking for some file, but let's look at their instructions here. Let's go back to the... Here's where we are. This configure the motherboard. SSH connect to the device. Insert a micro SD. Wait for the system to load after power on. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes. The device will automatically assign an IP. Currently organized by names. Let's see, CB1. Open an SSH device or connection. Here we go. So CB1 is BQ. BQ? How do you say that? Laptop is not a stream computer. I know I'm gonna be happy with this as it is. So I think it was a good change for the stream. Now I think I need to build a machine for my main computer. It's either build a machine for my main computer or build a streaming machine and put this back to my main computer. BQ? BQ, okay. Okay, so we are going to SSH to this thing. Go. There. SSH, and then it's BQ at Micron.local. Yes, and BQ. What CPU does that PC have? It's a i9 9900K. I bought it in 2019. I believe I bought this machine, built this machine in 2019. Okay, we are up and running. Let's see, compile the firmware. So, Clipper, I'm gonna let Charlie in. There he is. See you, Andres. And I installed a 3060. Yep. I had a 1080, which was fine for any gaming I was doing, but it doesn't support any, and here comes our visitor. I was streaming with my laptop the other day, seemed good. Yeah, and the laptop may end up doing stream duty from the other garage if I do. What are you doing, Charlie? You're not jumping over here? Nope, he decided litter box versus visiting. Okay, make menu config. Can I make this bigger? Properties, go font, bump this up a little bit. Window size, let's just go like that. Just make it a bit bigger there so people can see. Working tomorrow, thanks for being amazing. See you, LM, thank you. But the NVEC from RTX 2 or 3 is so much better than on the 1080. Yeah, so that was one of the things I wanted to check out, see what I can do with it. Okay, microcontroller, STM32, it's already set. Processor model, 32GB01 or GB1, that's what's on the Manta M8P. Yes, G0B1 says so right on the chip. Okay, so this is different. 8K bootloader. And 8 megahertz crystal, USB on PA1112. And any USB IDs? No. And this is not for this is for both the 1 and the 1.1, right? Looks like it. Okay. Quit. Yes, save. And then make. I'll give you this. Got the need to be on the go if it works big, not for a day-to-day, you know. Here you're referring to standard screw sizes when critiquing parts. Where do you find the standard sizes? Just kind of knowing. And standard sizes as far as we're talking about what we use in the BOM. So M3 by 8, 12, 16, 20, 25, 30, 40, and 50. M5 is 10. We don't really use any M5 by 8s. We use 10, 16s, and 30s, and then 40s. But you try not to design something that needs like an M3 by 14. Although you can buy those, they're not typical. They're not available as much as like an M3 by 12 or a 16. How are you setting the hot end out port to power CAN bus? So on here, while that's compiling, on your board here, you have your heater outputs, right? So these are all switched ground, basically, is the idea. Voltage in is constant, and voltage in is connected directly through a fuse to power in. So since I only grabbed the voltage in side of one of these heater outputs, all it is going through that fuse to voltage in, and that's why I'm powering the CAN board from it. So, and then ground is just going back to the same reference ground as the board is, as far as power ground. Does that make sense? Okay, so that is done. What is the command? Where does it save it? I want to copy it over to the, it is in temp out, is that right? And then, where do they put, if someone can remind me, because we can connect to the computer, to the Pi via, or the Manta via WinSCP or something and grab this file. What is the folder that I can copy it? Because you can copy it into your config folder and grab it out of mainsail. It's under Clipper out. Oh, there's out. Okay, so we have that file there, but where is the config folder then? Oh, I guess I can tell where it is. If we go to here, it's in home BQ printer data config. Is that where? Is that where they put it? From home BQ Clipper out to home BQ printer data config, probably. Okay, let's try that. So cp clipper.bin to home BQ printer data config, right? And does that show up here? Yep, there it is. Thank you. Good job, Jaeger. So now we can right click on this and download it to our local computer. And let me grab I bought this pack of 128 megabyte SSDs specifically for this. How do I? Oh, there it is. There's a typo in the BTT instruction manual. Yes, megabyte. Come on. There you go. 128 megabyte. Okay, and then plug that in here. Open the folder. All the stuff I've downloaded. Firmware.bin. Oops, did I? And let's make sure they've got So Clipper bin file will be generated in Clipper out folder when make is finished. Download it into your computer. Rename the Clipper bin to firmware bin. Copy to the SD card root directory and insert it into the thing. So let's go here and shut down. I don't know if that's 100% necessary, but oops. And then copy this to the USB drive. Oh, here comes a Charlie. Hi, kitty. Okay, so I have that firmware.bin on the card, and the MCU one goes in right over Charlie's shoulder or under his chin, whichever way I can get there. Oops, let's power this off. And oh, there we go. That thing is warm. We're definitely going to want a fan in there. Okay, so plug that firmware.bin on the SD card into the MCU card spot. Hey, dog. Feline assistance, yep. Let's give him some pets. This one idles, I swear, at like 100C. So I will put a fan here blowing in this direction. That'll be next, or at some point. Okay. Let's power it back on and see what we got. He is in need of attentions. There, on up here. Here we go. Okay, so let's try again. See if we can get to it. Why is it taking so long to connect? I'm gonna have to get used to keeping track of a keyboard. I've got flashing lights, why is it not coming up? Why is it not coming up? It shouldn't take this long, though. Why are you not up? Let's see if it's showing up on the network. Yeah? Oh, there it is. Just took some time. Okay. So the next step is we're going to get back into SSH. Reconnect BIQU, and now what is it? Should be dev/serial/by ID. There we are. There's our Clipper ID. So if I copy this, then go in here, and our main printer config is just this thing. Okay, interesting. Let's see what they say to do. Enter ls, or but determine, copy and save this ID. Update using DFU, configure clipper. What did they say to do? Finish config into config files and rename to printer config. Refer to this. Okay, so I don't know what they're doing here. See you, David. You can make a symlink for the firmware bin file, then you don't need to copy every time. I would need some instruction on that. Oh, so everything here needs to be redone. So what I think we're going to do at this point is we're at 5 hours. So we have a, let's close this. We have a flashed and operational M8P and CB1. So Clipper is on the MCU, the OS is on the CB1, and they're communicating. They see each other. The next steps are going to be getting the configuration set up, and then configuring the EBB36. So, but we are at 5 hours, so I think I'm going to call it. I have some other things I need to do today. Good progress. The wiring has taken a little longer on this than I kind of expected it to, but I think it's turning out really well. I'm really pleased with this layout. Maybe in extra time I might be able to get that screen set up if I can find some time to work on it. But from that, I think we're good. So we'll be back here Sunday doing more on this. I think we're probably 2 more streams on here and then it'll be done. Just judging from where I'm at and where I want to be, and I don't want to rush it. I want a stream of printing with it fully enclosed and going. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for everybody who gifted a membership, became a member. Thank you to Polymaker for the Filament giveaway. Thank you to LEO for the stepper motor giveaway. Thank you, everybody that was here. So I will see you next week. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good week. Take care, everyone. Bye.